Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy great and matchless name. We give you thanks for the day in which you have given us. We pray, Father, that we will use it in a way that brings honor and glory to your name. We pray, Father, that you will be with the Board of Supervisors, give them wisdom and understanding in the decisions that they make for the people of this county. We pray, Father, that you will bless us all in the way in which we serve you and honor you. May we do so all the days of our life. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Please join me in the pledge.
I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We're going to call the meeting to order, and we're going to do some reshuffling. How great is it that so many people are paying attention and care about the county that we're all here? So we're going to do some reshuffling to make this go smoother, and also announce that since we do have kind of a heavy agenda, we may have to take a break at 12:30, which would be reconvening at 1. So the first thing I want to do is there's a lot of people here for their 20, 25-year time, so we're going to put them to the first so that they can go back to work on the next 5 years. Okay. So, Leo, item number 2, presentations and certificates.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have 6 employees that we want to recognize and celebrate with today. Like you said, there's 20 and 25-year length of service employees, and we want to get them going on their next landmarks. So first, we have Lynn Coyle from Adult Probation, has been here for 25 years, and I believe she is here and would like to say a few words.
All right, Lynn, come on up. Good morning. My name is Michelle Olivares, and I'm here on behalf of Chief Shun with the Adult Probation. As you guys know, Lynn has been with the department for 25 years. She has been a staple employee. Anybody who knows her knows she's dependable, and she, to make it 25 years with one department, that says a lot about her dedication. She's never one to complain. And we've been really blessed to have her as an employee with our department, and we hope she'll stick around for another 25 more years. Fingers crossed. Here's your beautiful picture, and here's your beautiful certificate.
I don't know.
And if you want to stick around at the end, we'll take a big group photo with the board. Next, we have Jennifer Ortega from Juvenile Probation. She's been here serving as a probation officer for 20 years. I believe she's here as well.
Good morning. My name is Denise Smith. I'm a juvenile court director. This is Jennifer Ortega. Jennifer has been with us 20 years. She has done a lot. I think that my staff tend to shuffle around quite a bit, but it's good for professional development. What I did learn, and I thought I knew this, was when Jennifer came to our department 20 years ago, she came with a behavioral health background, and she worked for Pinal Hispanic Council in Eloy. So she was a school probation officer. We had a federal grant, which unfortunately that grant went away, but the role there was to be a liaison and a conduit between the school and probation. And she also did a lot of law-related education. And from there, when that program ended, she went to our CASA program, and she worked for a year there, and then into our pre-sentence, did our predisposition reports. And now she's a field officer. Having that experience in the world of behavioral health, her previous experience has been very beneficial. She does really well with engaging with parents, diffusing situations, and as you all probably know, it's been very complicated, a lot more complex behaviors, mental health issues, and she's been fantastic. So again, I just want to congratulate you, Jennifer, and we're happy to have you another 20 years.
That was not the end. Never mind.
The professional has arrived. So next we have, again, from juvenile probation, 25 years as a probation officer, Teresa Hermosillo.
All righty. Like I said, my staff like to shuffle around. Teresa started part-time 25 years ago as a foster care coordinator. So 25 years ago, we had a position that actually did certifications for foster homes. We don't have that position anymore. That was long gone. But from there, Teresa transitioned into our dependency court as a dependency court coordinator. That's working with the courts and working with DCS and doing she was kind of the conduit between DCS and the courts with dependent children in the child welfare system. And then from there, she transitioned into the integrated family court division. That's, again, very similar to the dependency coordinator position, but she was more engaged in the court and more involved with the kids on probation. And now she's doing this wonderful thing. She's working as a transition coordinator in our juvenile detention facility. She's been doing that for some time now. And really her role is when juveniles come into detention, it's where are we going to put these kids? We're not going to stay in detention forever. So she plays a very critical role in our detention facility with working on transitioning kids back out into the community and assisting with identifying resources. So she's awesome. I mean, does a great job, and we're real lucky to have her, and hopefully she stays for a long time. So congratulations, Teresa.
Next, we have Lori Mendables, who's with Public Health and has been here for 20 years as a transportation driver. And we might want to say a few words of what we do there. I don't know if the public's aware of that service that we've been providing for quite some time.
Good morning. I'm Marissa Mendoza, Interim Director for Public Health. Lori didn't want to say anything, but I want to say a quick word about her because she's amazing. We're so lucky to have her in Public Health. She works in our on-the-go transportation program, serving the residents of Eastern Pinal County who really need that service that we provide. And we are lucky enough that Lori's been here, her whole 20 years has been in Public Health. So she has seen this program grow and grown with it, and she really has the heart of a volunteer, which is so rare to find in an actual paid employee. So she's unfailingly kind, and we really appreciate you, Lori. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next, we have Donald Allen from the Pinal County Sheriff's Office, detention officer for 20 years.
Hi, I'm Regina Muriata. I'm the lieutenant over at Adult Detention Center, the sheriff's office, and I've had the pleasure to work with Officer Allen for literally his whole 20 years he's been there. I was an officer with him. I was a sergeant, a lieutenant now, and Allen's probably one of the most favorite people I love working with. He's caring. He cares about his job. He helps his peers. I don't have enough time to say what I want to say.
Last but not least, we have Sergio Ochoa, a sergeant with PCSO, has been with us for 25 years.
Good morning. I'm Lieutenant Leo Aparicio with the Pinal County Sheriff's Office, representing PCSO command staff. I just got to say, I've known Sergeant Ochoa for a very long time. We grew up together, went to high school together. He's the one that taught me in this career, and I thank him every day for it. He is an outstanding supervisor. He leads with empathy and compassion. He represents the best of us. Every one of his employees has nothing but good things to say about him. He's an outstanding employee. He works for me right now. And I have to tell you, I work for him. It's an honor every day to be with him and serve him. And there's not a better person deserving of 25 years. And from the bottom of my heart to you, I couldn't be here without you. You mean the world to me. I've looked up for you for a long time. And you're very deserving of this. You're an outstanding family man, community member. And it's been a pleasure knowing you and working with you for all these years, so thank you.
I think it's going to be a crowded picture, but we'll try.
Six? We're all here. Oh, yeah, there's 6. Thank you. Yeah. Oh, Jen, and come up. And come up because we got our frontline people. I'd like to go over just a little bit. Hey, can we just go over just a little bit? There you go, a little more, a little more. Okay, everybody in the front row. I know you like each other, but scrunch just a little more together. There you go, there we go. And so everybody look over here, and 3, 2, 1, smile. Oops, sorry, I was doing something else already. 3, 2, 1, nice. Okay, I'm looking for the genuine smiles here. 3, 2, there it is.
Pay raise.
Awesome. Hey, you hit it. Hold on a little more. You hit it right there. Especially for the jail.
Yeah. Is Dana out there? There she is.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. Smart idea, moving them up.
I like us doing it kind of a monthly basis too. There's a lot of people.
Yeah.
Okay. Since we suspect that most people here want to talk about item number 5, we're going to now go to item number 5, and we're going to hear from Dana Lewis and then Kent Volkmer, and then we'll do call to the public after that.
Good morning, Chairman Surdy, members of the board, Dana Lewis, Pinal County Recorder, and I'm here to give the monthly update in regards to the Elections Recorder's Office. We put a presentation together. We just came out of the November 7th jurisdictional elections on November 7th. This was, next slide, is there something for me to, this one? Alrighty. Fancy. Slow transition. Okay. Sure. This was a ballot by mail election, which is allowed for by law, which means that anybody who is allowed to vote in that election would automatically receive a ballot by mail. It was, again, an all-mail election. There were 72,606 registered voters who would have been able to participate in this election. Oh, see, it got happy. You got it? There were 19,892 ballots cast, and what's really remarkable about this is there was 27.4% of voter turnout. The last time we saw this amount of turnout at a jurisdictional election in a non-presidential or midterm year was in 2013. I'd like to give a shout out to our teams for their voter education and outreach efforts and members of the community who make sure that they got the information out there to voters. The participating jurisdictions were the Casa Grande Union High School District, Casa Grande Elementary School District, Eloy Elementary School District, Oracle Elementary School District, and Sacaton Elementary School District. The next few slides you're going to see will show graphs in regards to voter participation in those jurisdictions. We're required to set up replacement ballot sites on Election Day, and we also allow for early voting locations. We utilize the Casa Grande Recorder's Office and Florence Voter Registration Office for early voting the 27 days prior to that election. And of course, the replacement sites by statute are required to be centrally located in said districts. They worked with the elementary school districts to utilize their offices. I'd like to give a great and special and dear thanks to the IT department of Pinal County. Without them on Election Day, when we're having to take our equipment and go mobile for our laptops, our Dymo printers, they're the ones who make sure we have connectivity in these locations. They went out, they tested prior to the election, and made sure that they were on standby as we were going through Election Day. Also, the Office of Emergency Management was there to assist us in the event anything naughty happened. I'd like to say everything went swimmingly well, but still I believe that it takes a village to accomplish what we do, and I think people need to be recognized for what they do for us. So thank you. Additionally, we have the voter registration, early voting departments and replacement sites, and of course the elections department staff working collaboratively to make this happen. And of course, the many election cycle temps, whether they be signature verifiers, couriers, early board members, receivers. Without the members of our communities, this doesn't happen. And so we'll talk about that a little bit more here later. Ballot tabulation equipment is accurate and reliable. Prior to any election, we test 100% of the tabulators and accessible voting devices. We had publicly attended logic and accuracy testing on October 4th, which were attended by party representation. Again, our tabulation equipment is monitored and live streamed 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. This isn't something that always happened. This is new, effective July of this past year. We also ensure restricted access to the tabulation areas, and we even went a step further to install additional cameras in the warehouse and another one in our early voting area so that we'd have better angles. Again, there is no internet connection in these areas. The tabulation are never connected to the internet, and we do the programming in the tabulation room on camera. The canvass was accomplished yesterday in accordance with the statutes listed. And if you're not aware of all those other pretty slides with the pie graphs and you wanted to see this election results or previous election results, you're able to do so at this website. Communications and education in our world is imperative. With the work of the Communications Department of Pinal County and the Emergency Management Offices, we're able to test successfully and utilize the Pinal Emergency Notification System. What was really awesome about this and to see the interaction is that we were able to let poll workers know what's going on in our world. And then, of course, on ballot replacement day or election day, able to have those communications in the event something did happen. Again, lucky nothing happened. It went well. But now we've been able to test and see its effectiveness. Also, communicating with stakeholders. We have election department and poll worker newsletters that are going out. And to keep our staff apprised of all of the different changes, we have a weekly internal bulletin that's going on. Our social media presence is improving, which is great because it redirects everybody to the trusted source, which of course is our website. And remember, I like to always say, remember, know before you go, see something, say something, and always have a plan to vote. We've been keeping you abreast of the changes with our polling places. Simple shout out to Lisa Sainer, Nancy Hawkins, Vicki McLaughlin. They have been going out with other members of our community and pounding the pavement and trying to assist us in finding some additional resources for polling places. 11, we're meeting with the school on the 28th. Randolph used to use the Church of God in Christ church. However, due to some recent issues, we were not able to return to that location. So voters are now going to be voting at the Wild Horse Estates. It's the Sunscape location. And we're going to be doing some communication about that. Again, we're still looking for Apache Junction North and South. Previous locations at the RV parks just said that they're not willing to accommodate us, either scheduling or they just don't want to be part of this process. We want to say thank you again. The First Presbyterian Church has confirmed, yay, as well as the First Baptist Church in Sunland Ranches, yay. We are still trying to work through some logistics, and we hope to get Bella Vista LDS Church back on board. And again, the Gold Canyon Community Church will be using that instead of the previous location. So what happens in these places where I don't have the historically used voting voting location. Well, we have to communicate this to voters. There's nothing worse than a voter who, when is used to precinct-based voting, goes to where they voted for the last, 2 elections, goes there, and that is no longer there. What we'll be doing is working with those previous locations to make sure that they will allow signage for the upcoming PPE, and we'll also be making sure that we're doing strong communications in regards to where they need to vote now. One of the topics that's been hot in discussion have been the recounts. We've worked with our team actually went out and met with the Joint Legislative Elections Committee on the 15th of October. There were some strong conversations. What we thought might be feasible to find those 19 days we're looking for. Of course, legislators had their ideas, and we're working through those still. We met again with the election officials of Arizona, trying to see where we can compromise on things, where we can, look at additional resources. And this coming week, we'll be meeting with ACO and county attorneys again to look at what ifs. Is that the last one? That's my presentation in regards to where we're at with the current elections department and voter registration, early voting recorder's office. I will stand for questions.
Yeah, you opened up with, you said that a ballot was sent to every eligible voter in these elections.
In these jurisdictions.
That was only because this is a mail-in election. When we go to the other elections, the next 2 coming up, that will not be the case.
No, and there are, Sir, Chairman Sturdy, members of the board, Dana Lewis, recorder, that is the complication, is the communication going into the March presidential preference election. The only people able to vote in that election are partisan voters. So if you're not a registered Republican or a registered Democrat, you won't be able to vote in that election. Independents aren't able to vote in our PPEs in the state of Arizona. So we're going to be doing mass communications, trying to make sure people understand that. Because I don't want them to show up to polling places or wonder why they didn't receive their active early voting ballot in the mail because they're an independent and they don't have the ability to vote in that election.
But I was concerned during the last, in Maricopa County, the then recorder wanted to send out ballots to everybody in the whole county, and he got struck down on that.
Statute does not allow for that, sir.
To let people know that in the primary and the general, you will have to request a ballot.
You actually have to be signed up already for the active early voting list to receive an automatic ballot by mail, or you can request 93 days prior to an election to request a ballot by mail. We don't have the ability by statute to just send you a piece of ballot because we want to.
And what is the time restrictions on that?
To request it, I believe it's up to 10 days prior to the election. We can still
10
send
days?
you, 10 or 11 days prior to the election.
Okay. And also, just on the locations, you're still struggling to get Apache Junction number 59.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have any progress on that?
We're looking at commercial sites right now, sir, hoping to get out there this weekend and then look at some of those. It is with great joy to say that we got most of the school districts back and most of the churches. Taxpayers have already gone to fund some of these locations. To have to utilize a commercial space and, go into the tax rolls twice seems nefarious. I don't want to do that. So now these were RV or mobile home parks, HOAs that were allowing us to utilize their community centers. It's not looking so great for those 2 locations, so we are unfortunately going to have to look to rent something commercially.
Please keep me posted on that. If I need to visit them in person, I will try to help.
Absolutely, sir. Thank you.
Anyone else? Steve.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Back to the ballots sent out, it showed that you sent out 72,000 and some change to registered voters. But we have more registered voters than that. And the reason I bring that up is I was contacted by a constituent from Coolidge that complained they didn't get their ballot, but Coolidge did not have anything on the as an election, so that's the reason they didn't get a ballot. So I don't know if you just want to elaborate on that a little bit more, and I don't know if you know off the top of your head how many registered voters we have in Pinal County.
Chairman Sturdy, members of the board, Supervisor Miller. Yes, currently in Pinal County, we have approximately 300,000 registered voters. And the people who are able to vote in these elections, hence we're the 72,000, were just for those jurisdictions. How do I communicate it? Social media, communications, community members. My own mom called me and said, why didn't I get a ballot? And I said, because you live in, no, there's no election for you, Mom. So, maybe I need to call my mom more. So, yes, it is. It's a communication game. It really is, sir. So we had people in Santan Valley, and Florence asked those questions as well, sir.
Anyone else?
I just wanted to bring that up.
Thank you.
Yes.
And I don't want to be off topic maybe, but and you'll correct me, I know. So when you come to the presidential preference and we're talking about having polling places, and you're going to have ballots, and we're going to have a machine, would you please explain the difference between the machine, the express vote, and just a regular ballot, and the tabulator, and then in a normal year, not going back this last second, say to 2020 or 2016, what's the average percentage of votes that are placed on the express vote? And, oh my gosh, is it on the internet? And that whole scenario.
Mm-hmm. Chairman Sturdy, members of the board, Supervisor McClure, the express vote is an ADA machine, so it's an assisted device to help voters who either have a disability or maybe even a language issue to help them cast their ballot. Those are placed at our early voting locations, as well as all of our physical polling place sites. And that is all it is. It is a device used to assist somebody with disabilities, whether it be a language barrier or a physical disability. We do use them during the PPE election coming in March 19th of 2024. We will be utilizing 54 polling places per statute. We are required to minimize it by 50%. We currently use, I think it's 97 polling places. We'll be using 54 for the PPE election. Those are program machines.
So, and they were used heavily in the primary because we didn't have enough ballots. I mean, that's a whole other conversation. But
it is a machine that could be utilized that way.
But not hooked up to the internet.
No, and you asked about some numbers.
Yes.
If I can recall correctly, we had 109,000 people vote early by mail in the general 2022 elections. Approximately 36,000 turned out at the polls. I believe 17 ballots were cast using the ADA machine. So I believe that's under 1%, if the maths.
And one provisional. One provisional.
One provisional for this election,
For
this jurisdictional election. One,
Yeah.
right. But I was talking the statistics from the last larger election to give you an understanding, and nobody used the AD machines for this last jurisdictional election.
And just to be clear, it is not a wireless device. It is taking
Absolutely
information and it gets downloaded by cable, not wirelessly, when it gets taken back to the election center.
Correct,
so there's
sir.
never any connection. The only thing that's on internet is the poll pad, just so that somebody couldn't go from one polling place to another to vote. And all that does is just say, hi, I'm here. That's it.
That's correct, sir.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Did I hear correctly that during the primary last year, those ADA devices were used because we were to fill in a gap?
They could have been.
Were they, or do you know?
I don't know what the ability they were to utilize them effectively, because I believe that there is not enough ballot cards sent out to those polling locations.
Oh, okay.
I think that was part of the report that was presented to the Board of Supervisors. I apologize, Supervisor Kavanaugh.
Okay, and then you talked about the live stream footage of Election Day tabulation. Is that something that's streamed? Is it recorded? Can it be reviewed later?
Absolutely. Chairman Sturdy, members of the board, Supervisor Kavanaugh, absolutely. We invested utilizing HAVA money or HAVA grant money, a server that backs that information up.
Okay, and is it publicly available to view?
You would have to do a public records request.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Anyone else? Thank you, but perhaps stand by in case you come up in the next discussion.
Yes, sir.
Good morning, Chair, Board. Kent Volkmer, Pinal County Attorney. As this board's aware, under this agenda item, our office has done our best to keep you updated on updates in the law, updates in case law, and the like. And that's really what I'm here today to kind of update everyone on. Just to sort of set the stage, if you recall, during the last election, the Cochise County Board of Supervisors initially did not want to canvass the election. In fact, they refused to canvass the election. There was a court order that ordered them to canvass the election. Just short of them being taken into custody, one of the Board of Supervisors agreed to canvass. They had the 2 that was required there. And the court was involved, but it kind of stopped at that point. But after that, they still wanted to do a hand count. The Cochise County Superior Court excused themselves and recused themselves, and they actually had a judge from Pima County come in, and he heard the case about hand counting. That judge at that time said, you can't do a hand count, it's prohibited, and that essentially ended that particular case. Ordinarily, a court of appeals will not hear a case that's moot if there's not an issue before it. However, the Cochise County Board of Supervisors filed an appeal saying, we want you to hear this because it's an issue that's relevant now, and it's going to be relevant to the next election because we believe that judge was wrong. We believe that we have the authority to do a hand count. So a 3-panel member of judges of the Arizona Division II Court of Appeals down in Tucson heard that appeal. The oral arguments took place roughly 2 months ago, give or take, and just about 2 weeks ago, I believe it was on maybe the 30th of October, we got the opinion. That opinion, it affirmed the position that was taken, or the opinion that was given by the Superior Court judge, that hand counts cannot happen. A full hand count audit is not statutorily permissible. In fact, it went a little bit further than that. If you will recall, during the last election, some of the board had a desire to expand that hand count from 2% perhaps to 4%. And we had spoke with the Arizona Attorney General, the Arizona Secretary of State and their state elections director. The state elections director indicated they thought that would be permissible. This court came back and said, no, it is not permissible. If the board wishes, I can actually kind of go through that opinion. I do have it. I'm seeing a nodding of the head. So if that is the desire of everyone, I'm more than happy to bring that opinion up. I do have some highlights to bring our attention to it. And then more than likely, I'm guessing you're going to have some questions, and I'd certainly like to help facilitate a discussion and answer those questions. Chair, does that make sense to you to bring the opinion up?
Yeah, I think a lot of this is for the whole county to understand, not just us. So everyone, better to give too much information than too little.
Understood, sir. Natasha, if you could bring up that. Oof. So this is what I was kind of referring to. So because the county has indicated that it intends to conduct a full hand count audits in the future elections, this case presents precise concerns that this exception was made for. And that's the exception that normally we won't hear moot issues. So that's what the court is saying. Hey, we're actually going to take this case up, we're going to listen to it, and we're going to rule on the merits so we can give guidance to other boards of supervisors and other entities moving forward. That's what gives this opinion legs. The other thing I would note it is the Division II Court of Appeals, we do find ourselves in the Division II Court of Appeals. But secondly, and probably more importantly, is while there is a Division I and a Division II Court of Appeals, there are actually one Court of Appeals. So this is binding not just on the counties that are in Division II, but actually all counties. The other thing that I would note is this decision could be appealed to the Arizona Supreme Court. That has not happened. The Cochise County Board of Supervisors would have the authority to do that. They have not. We checked, I believe, late last week with the Cochise County Attorney's Office, and there's been no indication, there's been no board meeting. If it is not taken up and there is no Supreme Court ruling, this becomes the law of the land. This is the law. This is the end, if you will. Oh, I do have control.
Yes.
So let me ask you this. In order to change that, that has to be done legislatively, correct? Or can it be done legislatively?
Chair, Supervisor Goodman, without giving away too much, essentially what the court ruled is pursuant to the Arizona Constitution, specifically Article 7, subsection 12. Our Constitution gives the authority to legislature to make the rules and to run elections. Our legislature has given some authority on both the boards of supervisors as well as the Secretary of State's office and the EPM. But in order to make those changes or modifications to this, it would require a legislative action. There's actually a provision that says, hey, if and again, this is paraphrasing these my words, but hey, if you don't like this ruling, if you want to be able to do a hand count, if you want to do a full hand count audit, go back to your legislature. I mean, without explicitly saying that, that is clearly what this court is saying, and saying as the law is written today, you don't have that authority.
The legislature passed several voting items, but every one of them was not signed by the governor. So it's not as simple as just getting the legislature to enact it.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Real quick, too, and when you're talking about the statutes and you get into them in a while, these are older statutes, and we'll talk about that in hand count and tabulators.
Certainly, I'm happy to answer those. And Chair, to your point, yes, the way our system works is our legislature has to pass it by a majority. It has to go up to the governor. The governor then has to sign it, or the governor can take no action, and it can sort of acquiesce and it becomes law, or the governor can veto. In this case, the governor has vetoed. The only action left with the legislature is they can go back if they can obtain a supermajority, and they can essentially overdo a veto of the governor. At this point, that does not look likely.
Mr. Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So as these explanations have come forth, there's the common thread that it's the judicial system, it's the judges that really kind of make that final decision. So the example I want to use, and I hear the word, you have to have standing. So if I'm a registered voter, do I have standing to go to a judge and say, I want this county to do a hand count? And the judge would say yes or no or whatever. You could argue that point. Because all of this stuff, if we were to make a decision that not everybody agreed with, to do a hand count or a percentage or whatever, I suspect somebody's going to go to a judge and say the Board of Supervisors did not have the authority to make that decision. And so all of this stuff just seems to go back towards the courts. And I don't know if you can help me connect those dots.
Chair, Supervisor Miller, kind of big picture what you're saying, you're right. So what happens is the legislature passes laws. The judiciary then interprets those laws, and then it's tasked upon us as the executive branch to actually enforce and play out those laws. So what has happened in this case in particular is legislature passed laws. I believe there was a legitimate question as to whether the hand count audit could be 100% or not. There was some language in there. There was mays, there was ifs, there was buts that would suggest that there was at least a colorable claim that potentially that hand count audit could go forward. And when there is a legitimate and righteous differentiation of opinions, the appropriate remedy is you take it to a court of law. You allow a judge to hear what's going on, and ultimately that judge makes that decision. If either party doesn't agree with what that one judge makes, then you have the ability to take it to an appeals court, which is the next step up. And in that case, and here in Arizona, you have a 3-judge panel. That's what happened in this case. What happened is Cochise County thought they could. There was a genuine disagreement, or at least difference of opinions. There was another entity that said, no, you can't do that. And I apologize, their names are the Arizona Alliance for Retired Americans. And then there was one individual, Stephanie Stevenson, said, no, we don't think that that is possible. That's why the judge came in. And then, again, the Cochise County Board of Supervisors said, look, single judge, we think you got it wrong. Like, you're fallible. You're a human being. We just think that you're wrong here. So they took it to the Court of Appeals. The Court of Appeals is the sort of last court unless it goes to the Arizona Supreme Court. The Arizona Supreme Court is not required to take it up. They're not required to hear it. And if they don't take it up or it never goes to them, this becomes the interpretation that the rest of us have to live with. And that's where we sit right now. So what we have is we have a court who has interpreted this law and said, you can't do a full hand count. Period, hard stop, there's no exceptions. Now, there's some justification and there's some rationale as to why, but ultimately the conclusion of this court is you cannot do a full hand count without legislature changing the underlying statutes.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Mr. Volkmer, that Cochise County did a count by the machines and expanded the hand count audit. They didn't say we're not going to use the machines. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay, so under 16.531, Section E, it says if an electronic voting system is used is in use, the write-in ballot shall be tallied by a board of elections. And throughout Chapter 16, it talks about in the event that tabulators are used. Well, what if we said we're not using the tabulators? We're manually counting all the ballots. Then a lot of these provisions don't apply because they're referencing after using machine tabulator.
Chair, Supervisor Kavanaugh, that's a great question, and I'd like to point out a couple things to you. So 16.531 was first enacted in 1979. It's been updated approximately a dozen times since 1979. Subsection E has not. So subsection E, when it was adopted and it said if electronic voting system is in use, that actually predates the authorization of electronic voting tabulators. They were anticipated, they were believed to come forward, but at this time when they passed this particular law, this was envisioning that when tabulators became available, they would have the ability to use those. Similarly, I know in 16.644, it talks about May, I believe. Again, 16.644, 16.443, all of those were passed in 1979, predating the actual use of those tabulating machines. But that's not the only analysis. So the other thing that we have is we have the court's opinion in this particular case. So what the court says, and I'm going to have to quote some of it, and I apologize, but Arizona's Constitution provides our legislature with the principal obligation and responsibility to safeguard Arizona's election by enacting laws to govern the election procedures. That's our Constitution, it's saying that's vested in them. One of the laws that the legislature passed is specifically 16-452 subsection A, and that is with respect to the EPM, the Elections Procedural Manual. The Elections Procedural Manual prescribes the rules for tabulating ballots, and once adopted by law, it has the force of law. Specifically, subsection A the actually introduction to the EPM says, canvass includes votes totaled for all races tabulated by voting equipment. So the EPM is specifically saying that the canvass includes those that are tabulated using voting equipment. Similarly, 16-622, the official canvass, and I'm quoting the second portion of subsection C, I believe. Subsection A. The results printed by the vote tabulating equipment to which have been added the write-in early votes shall, when certified by the Board of Supervisors or other officer. So what they're saying is you can only canvass what comes from the tabulating machine. So if we were to do a full hand count without using machine, you can't rely on those. The statute does not authorize it. And then if you read this opinion, what this opinion specifically talks about is it said, look, we cannot, as a rule of law, we cannot interpret statutes that would make language superfluous. We cannot interpret statutes that would render entire sections irrelevant. So specifically, this section right here, to do a hand count, you would have to render this superfluous, or render it unnecessary. And there's the interpretation given here saying you can't do that. So while I agree with you, it does look like it, because I agreed with you, and frankly, Chris and I, my chief civil deputy, had a disagreement because I thought you could do a hand count because of that very same language. Ultimately, when you look at the ruling of this court and you look at the history of this, frankly, I was wrong. Do I think, and let me be very clear, I'm not saying that I like this. I think that you as a board, we as a community should have the authority to run the elections as we see fit. I think it should be our decision. I don't think this should be handed on high from the state. However, that is what they did. Our Constitution has given legislature the ability to control it in its entirety, and legislature has not given us the authority to do a hand count. That's where we're stuck. That's not what I like. That's not what I want. That's not the opinion that I want to give you. The problem is I'm bound by the laws. We are a nation of laws. We must follow those laws. To ignore the laws is to do a disservice to our community and to pervert justice. That's what we're stuck with. None of us likes it. I've spoken with almost all of you individually. I know you don't like this result, but that's what we're stuck with. I think it looks like you have another question, Supervisor.
I do. So if we voted to manually count as a board, that would give an opportunity for a clean court case, maybe not to the same judge, because the ruling came as a result of Cochise County expanding the hand count audit to 100%, which at the time I said, we talked about randomness and so on. I thought that they couldn't do that. But if this board voted, then we would go through that same process, go to a judge, and another judge may say, well, no, this is okay. Then it has the opportunity to float up and decide the power of the UPM and the legislature versus the counties and so on.
Chair, Supervisor Kavanaugh, that is correct. If you were to, it's not set for a vote here, but if we set it in 2 weeks, I think we come back on December 6th, and this board were to vote for a hand count, what would happen is I assume we would immediately be hit with an injunction. It would most likely be similar people here. I think the Attorney General's office would be more active in this case as well, given some of the comments that have come out. So what would happen is it would go to the Pinal County Superior Court. So Judge McGinley would not have anything to do with it in Pima County. It would go to our Pinal County Superior Court. They would rule, in theory, if there was an adverse ruling or ruling that somebody didn't agree with, yes, we would have the ability to then take it to the Court of Appeals. That would be the lawful process.
Mr. Chair, quick question.
Yes.
Mr. Volkman, my understanding is the only way we could do a hand count and not use the tabulator is that there was some terrible issue where the tabulators could not be used, power outage, electromagnetic, whatever happens. Can you explain that, please?
So there has been a number of emails. I believe this board's seen it. I received it from a gentleman that lives in our county, and it was a well-rationed, I think well-intended letter that essentially said, hey, I think there is a mechanism where we can sort of do an end around, if you will, and that's specifically declare that there's a provision in the law that says if it's impracticable because of whatever reason, and that's kind of what you're alluding to. If those machines aren't working for some reason, then we can do a hand count because ultimately we have to be able to vote. That impracticality, though, is specifically referring to what you said, more of a force majeure, an act of God. There's a tornado that hits. We lose power. We lose those type of things. Not that we don't like the machines and we don't think the machines are accurate. In order, if we wanted to go down that road, if you wanted to say, hey, I think these machines are not accurate and we're going to use this impracticality standard, we would have to essentially establish by a preponderance in a court of law that those machines are in fact fallible and they don't work. And we would have to go to court, and to Supervisor Miller's position, we would have to have a judge specifically saying, yes, you have met your burden. These machines are fallible. They are not impervious to error, and you can now do a hand count. That's the only way that I think we could potentially get in there.
Mr. Chair, one more question. And so you mentioned force majeure. If that were the case and you had to do the hand count, would we still be held to the same number of days after the election to canvass the election?
There is the ability to expand the length of time in that instance of force majeure,
yeah.
Right? You have to keep coming back and updating them, but there is some provision to deal with a catastrophic event. I mean, imagine an EPM hits. Imagine that there is some, heaven
hurricane.
forbid, but hurricane or even war breaks out, or there's a terrorist attack. I mean, there are certain things that the law does have very unique exceptions built in to make sure that doesn't frustrate our ability to have our elected officials represent us. But there is one other thing, Chair, that I would like to address, because there appears to be some kind of confusion regarding what happens if you choose to effectively ignore the law. It has been described, I've seen, as a threat, and let me be very clear, that's certainly not my intention. But if everyone recalls, I know a lot of the people in the room today were in the room, I don't know, it was probably mid-November to early December of 2022, and now Chair, then Vice Chair, Supervisor Surdy, asked kind of genuinely saying, hey, I know you're saying if we don't canvass that we could be charged. He's like, but who would really be the person that would charge us? Like, who's the one that has the lawful authority to bring criminal charges? There's two people. It would be me, and it would be our Arizona Attorney General. In the Cochise County case, obviously I couldn't bring charges against my clients. I have a direct conflict of interest, so that certainly would not work. So the Attorney General would have that lawful authority to do so. What the Arizona Attorney General has done is they have actually started a criminal investigation. They have convened a grand jury to explore whether election interference was committed by the then Cochise County Board of Supervisors. Now, to my knowledge, there have not been any formal charges, and typically grand jury proceedings are completely confidential, but that information has been leaked. I have no inside knowledge. I've specifically not asked my colleagues to get that information. But the defense, in my opinion, that the board had at that time is, as I explained to you, there was at least sort of a legitimate question, in my opinion, as to whether there were some exceptions there. In fact, I heard an interview that I believe it was Peggy Judd, who's one of the supervisors there, said, look, this is what I was presented with. I had my county attorney, and he's elected by the people, but he's not who I chose. He told me that I can't do this. But I had a private counsel who makes a whole lot of money, who works at a really big firm, and lots of people that are really smart that told me that I can do this. So I was forced to choose between my county attorney who was given to me and my attorney who I frankly trusted more. And she's like, and I trusted the attorney that I chose, and I was wrong. That's a pretty good defense, in my opinion. You all know I've done criminal law in the past. That's a pretty good defense if you get to say, hey, I took a reasonable position. I believed an attorney, and they were wrong. Like that's a good protection. The difference we're at now, though, is we now have this opinion. So the problem we have here is if you are to say we're doing a full hand count audit, to your point, Supervisor Kavanaugh, I'm being very specific. We do a full hand count audit. What I can tell you is you'll be sued, you will lose, and I believe that the Attorney General's office in all likelihood would bring criminal charges because there's no longer that good faith claim that, well, I didn't really know. We now have the opinion that's very clear. The other thing about there's also this belief that if I tell you something that I create this shield of protection around you. That's true as long as my advice is common sense. It's not all-encompassing. I can't give you the authority to go kill somebody. Supervisor Goodman comes to me and says, hey, Kent, I got a neighbor that I can't stand. I can't say, shoot him, I got your back, buddy. Like that's ridiculous. And me giving him that authority, I can't give that authority. But what can happen is when we give legal advice and you follow that legal advice, you're protected from civil liability. So they can't come after you in your personal capacity because you're reasonably relying on the information that's being provided by legal counsel. That's not something that I give to you. It's not something that I can sort of bequeath or that I can remove from you. That is statutory protection that's created. When you go outside the advice, I can't still protect you. I can't say, hey, I want them to still be protected. That is not something that I as county attorney have the authority to do. It's state statute that actually protects you. Now, I'm not trying to scare anybody, and that's not designed to be a threat, but I think you need to understand really what that means. And I know there's been a lot of questions from the public, and quite frankly, this is the easiest way to get the information not only to you, but the public at large.
So I wanted, back when the canvassing was not happening, I actually talked to 3 other counties. Yavapai was on the verge of not doing it as well. And I think that's ridiculous that they could be charged for just wanting to be sure. That's all they wanted to do. And that should be commended, not tried. And I know that City of Apache Junction, they have 7 council members. 2 council members actually voted against canvassing just because they wanted to look at it more. And I think it's terrible that we can be charged and be asked to vacate our seat, and just by being sure. And another thing that's thrown at us is that if you don't canvass, all of the county's votes are thrown out, which would have affected the congressional race, which is why I reluctantly voted to canvass, because I really wanted to keep it going as well. Is that possible, that if you don't canvass, then all at once every vote is thrown out?
Supervisor, you're obviously asking me to take a hypothetical and give you my best guess, and I'm willing to do that. I want to put that caveat.
Has there been precedent? Has it ever happened?
To my knowledge, it hasn't. But logically, yes. I think if we did not canvass because there are other statutory guidelines and we did not get our votes in and didn't meet the limited exception that Supervisor McClure was talking about, that there's like the force majeure, the act of God, yes, I think potentially every one of Pinal County voters' votes would be not considered. In fact, we're currently exploring the possibility of this with the recounts and our inability to meet the presidential election and all of those things. So that is when Dana said that everybody's got a lot of hullabaloo in their meeting, Recorder Lewis, when she's talking about that, that's one of the concerns, is if the number of recounts get too high and we don't change those days, it is theoretically possible that we could not get our votes in time. We couldn't get them to our delegates then could not go to the respective conventions, and in theory, those votes would never be actually given to any presidential candidate, which is a sort of terrifying prospect. That's why everybody's sort of panicking. Now, again, has it ever happened? I have no idea. Is there going to be judges involved? I promise you. There are going to be lots and lots of judges involved, lots of attorneys. But that is a hypothetical result that could occur if the canvass doesn't occur within the time frame prescribed by law, because it's very tight deadlines. This has to happen, and A has to happen before B has to happen before C has to happen before D. So those are all the things we're looking at. And just while we're on this topic, I understand your frustration. Mojave actually had a long hearing, and they're very close to not canvassing as well. I understand what your position is. Again, these are the laws that we are stuck with. Our Constitution gave that authority to our legislature. If we don't like these laws, it's incumbent upon us and the people in our community to reach out to our legislators and say, this has to change. But you are not imbued, you are not universally vested with that authority just to ignore the law. What this reminds me of, and I don't want to make light of this, but I can remember specifically 5 or 6 years ago, we had a case that we were prosecuting. It was a guy who did not believe that marijuana should be illegal, did not believe it, true to his heart, did not believe marijuana should be illegal. So he gets out a joint in front of a cop, he lights it up, and he blows smoke in the cop's face. He's prosecuted. And he said, but I don't think that this is stupid. This should not be. We can see that it's coming down. But it's the law. Just because we don't like the law, and if you want the law to be changed, either the people have to change it or our legislature has to change it. That's kind of where I personally see us with elections. I think in 5 years, things are going to be very, very different. I don't think we're going to be with the same handcuffs that we currently see. But right now, the law is what it is, and we are not empowered with the ability just to ignore the law. We have to follow the law or society crumbles.
Anyone else?
Go ahead, but I'd like
real quick, Mr. Volkmer, and back to the hand counts. So the 2% of the day ofs and the 1% of the mail-ins. And so the statute states that it's 2%. In this case, 2% of our, I don't know, Ms. Lewis, could you explain that real quickly? You'll do much better than I will. And also the general numbers that are in there.
Chairman Sturdy, members of the board, Supervisor McClure. Under ARS 16602, I believe that might actually be what's highlighted up here. B1 does say that we are to do 2% or 2 precincts for our hand count audit of the tabulation equipment. We do that.
The 2%, okay, and then the two precincts. In this case, because we have approximately 100 precincts, that's why we do 2 precincts. If we had 200 precincts, we would do 4 precincts, right? Okay, just to make that clear. And it's a random pick. Can you explain real quickly how that works?
Chairman Sturdy,
the fishbowl effect, yeah.
Chairman Sturdy, members of the board, Supervisor McClure. It is truly a random process. We utilize a token system where the precinct numbers are put into a hat, and then through partisan party persons, they take turns selecting out of the hat for the precincts, and then also for the different other under Section 2, the state races, the federal races, and all of that. It is typically the appointees of the party chairs that do that, ensuring that it is completely random.
And if it didn't pan out, if the 2% and they found errors, what would happen?
Of the hand count, it is then required to be duplicated, to be doubled.
And then doubled again if that doesn't work,
is
and
correct,
on
sir.
and on. And so so let's say you get 2 small precincts, that still fulfills the obligation, correct?
Chairman Sturdy, members of the board, Supervisor McClure, that is accurate.
So, okay, that just for numbers wise. And then, so we do a 1% of the mail-ins. And so how many mail-ins did you have at the last election?
So, Chairman Sturdy, members of the board, Supervisor McClure, during the general election of 2022 midterms, we had 109,000 voters turn out early by mail. We had 36,000 turn out at the polling location. So 1% of those early ballots would be over 1,000.
1,090, if we're doing quick math.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mike Goodman.
Thank you. Just for the record, I know you picked on me just because I'm the nicest guy up here, and I would never do anything like that. Yeah,
Certainly.
or as my classmates used to call me, was bad man rather than good man, or bad woman. I'm sorry. To some of the things that you've talked about, I think this is something, to your point, to our chairman's point, when it comes to canvassing, you know, that's always been something that I've always wondered, you know, why is it even that way? Especially if we don't agree with some of the things, or we see there could be potentially some issues out there. So I think that's something that we ought to, since my colleague to my left is going to be the president of, well, assuming he gets voted in tomorrow, of our CSA, I think that's something that we should be talking about, and I hope he's heard me, that we as CSA should be talking about and taking before our legislators to help change some of the issues when it comes to, especially when it comes to canvassing. The second thing is that, you know, even though it requires supermajority now, or at those times whenever it's vetoed, I think our legislators, you know, we put them in there, and there's a lot of work that they have to do and should be doing to help protect this stuff and to help the very institution of voting at the highest point be given all its integrity and credibility to whatever it's being, so that we don't, because that's what's happened. We lose confidence in that. The other thing is there's a saying that my wife often uses, is in communication, any intent to deceive is a lie. And there are all the way around things out there, misinformation that's provided and provided as factual. And, you know, that, and there's individuals that do that, and we all know that. And it's hard to, and then they may tell you a truth later on, and it's not credible because of that. And so as we move forward, as a whole, I would ask that our public and everybody else, and those of us that are here as elected officials, that we adhere to that we don't try to be deceiving in any way, that we're forthright and upright in the things in our discussion and everything else. Now, that doesn't change if you believe something to be true, even though it may not be true, and the information like Supervisor Judd in Cochise County. You know, that was, to me, her, and she happens to be a relative of mine. Okay?
I did not know that.
So yeah. And great individual. I've always cared for her, and I love her, and I've always known her to be an individual of good upstanding and try to do what's morally right. And so, and I think all of us up here are of that same mindset. We want to make sure that we're doing the things that are morally right, that is for the best interest of everybody. And so I just want to make sure that we're presenting that in that manner. The other thing is that, and this is to my Republican colleagues, we have been in control at the government level for years, our Republican Party. These issues and things should have been addressed and looked at from a broader perspective, especially where we are today is because of decisions and things that were made or not made in years previous. And so that's something that we need to consider and think about as whatever our political standing is. We need to think about that and make sure that we put in individuals that are going to help us get things moving forward in a direction that's going to help our country go where it needs to go. So when we're talking about elections, and I'm not getting far off base here because I know we're talking about elections, and I know that Chris would have cut me off a long time ago if I'd have gotten off track. But the reality is, based on what you've been saying, I appreciate you, and I've always stood behind you as to what you stand for and what you do. You've always been forthright with us. You've always come in here and provided us with a type of legal counsel that has helped us to see things in a clearer light, for me personally. And I just want to commend you for what you're doing and the efforts that you're taking. And you're a good, honest, upright individual that is trying to do what's right for the people. And I appreciate you, Kent, and I value our friendship. And then to our elections director / recorder, I just want to tell you that I honestly have complete confidence in everything that you're doing. And in spite of the things that we've been through as a county, and I commend you for your efforts, and I commend our volunteers that are helping and doing everything on all sides of every party that's out there. And so that's what I would like to add. So, as we go forward, thank you.
I don't want to take this into a bunch of different discussions, but I just want to, when you said that this should have been fixed years ago, I don't think the desire to cheat or the capabilities to cheat and manipulate electronic things were around in the last 20 years. It's just come to light in the last few years. So that's why it's being addressed now, just in past people's defense. So, Steve, you wanted a last word?
Yeah, just a couple of things out of the presentations, both from our recorder and our county attorney, that stand out to me. And first of all, if you did a quick math of 300,000 registered voters and 25% of them voted, that would be 75,000 ballots that would have to be processed. Dana is still trying to find places to have polling places. I don't know where you could find an army of people to be able to sort through ballots. And when I hear, well, in Europe they do this, they get it done overnight. But now you look at those ballots, there's 2, maybe 3 names on there. It's not like our ballots. We have 400 ballot styles. So, yeah, or more, So that's one thing. I think I do agree with our county attorney. What we see today, I think, will be different in 5 years. But government is a slow process, and it will require all of you to reach out to your legislators. It will require taking arguments before judges. This is not going to happen overnight. I would like to see something different myself, but we don't have that authority. And I don't have time to be the subject of a grand jury. I got too many other things to do. So my thoughts are, let's work together to try and find those areas that we can bring the confidence back to the voters. So those are just my quick thoughts.
Anybody this way?
Kevin. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The ES&S machine is different than some of the ones they use in Maricopa County. And if you saw the article from a week or so ago from Pennsylvania, these machines, they were programmed and they flipped votes from one race to the other. They weren't competitive votes. They were 2 different races. If you voted yes for Todd House, I got the yes instead. And there was 2 different races, 2 different areas. So my concern is, if we're going to continue to use these machines, we have the LNA test. They had an LNA test. The logic and accuracy test for those races in Pennsylvania did not catch that error. In fact, there's some additional information from 2019. So if we're going to continue to use these machines, we're not going to even consider manually counting the votes. We need to do a better job of checking these machines.
Last word.
If I could jump in, I want to real quick on that. Recorder Lewis is actually going to reach out to Secretary of State. I think what you're alluding to is potentially expanding the test decks on the LNA, and she's going to find out if that's a permissible thing to do, because there's a prescribed thing. So she's going to find out. We don't have that answer right now, but it sounds like that's what you're alluding to. That is something we will look at, is a test deck expansion to potentially catch any errors that may have skipped.
Thank you.
To be clear, Supervisor Kavanaugh refers to ES&S machines, and then he discusses the machine that Pennsylvania used. Could you explain the difference, Ms. Lewis?
Chairman Sardi, members of the board, Supervisor McClure, the ES&S machines that were used in Pennsylvania are the XLs. It is used as with ballot on demand printers, and it's a full vote system. We do not use those here in Pinal County. We use express votes, and they're utilized as ADA machines. So it is a different dynamic that we utilize here. In speaking with staff, and if I might digress a little bit, an accolade was presented, and I want to say the only reason I am able to commit at this capacity is because of the amazing staff that works for the Elections Department and the Office of the Recorder, and all of the people who volunteer to assist us and are constantly staying on top of legislation and litigation. Without this team, I would not be as effective as I am, and I'm thankful for them. But to speak about those programming issues that they encountered here, it's very different dynamic than what we have in Pinal County.
So the programmers, the computer programmers who program the code for those machines are different computer programmers that programmed ours? Do you know that for sure?
Yeah, because
is it not ES&S? It's someone
that
else?
is correct. One of the things that happened in July of this year is we made that decision that we were programming our own elections from now on.
So you write the code?
The code is implicit in the machines.
So you writing the program, I'm talking about the computer code in the background. Just like this computer has code in it. We don't change the code in this computer. Wasn't it written
Yeah, the code is written by the software engineers.
at ES&S?
That is correct, sir.
Okay, so they wrote whatever express machines they used, or whatever the name of the machine was in Pennsylvania, they write the code for ours too.
The code that is used to program our elections.
Yeah, so go ahead.
No, so I believe the argument there, though, is that you're talking about a ballot on demand, or they're actually pushing the button there to vote for someone, and that's tabulated at that site at the tip of their finger, essentially, where we're using a paper ballot and we're bringing it back to a tabulator that's counting it differently. And it would be difficult, more than likely difficult, to program a tabulator to switch votes around, because you don't know what the ballot's going to look like in 6 months or a year or whatever. So how would you, I mean, this is hypothetical. But.
Hypothetical. Chairman Surdy, members of the board, Supervisor McClure, what that looks like is where you're asking about the express votes and then tabulation here. Yes, there are systems that work within each other. So the reason we have logic and accuracy tests, and we do them internally, and they are attended by the public and partisanship, and then the Secretary of State's office comes in and accomplishes another LNA, is for this reason, so that those errors can be caught ahead of time. The interesting idea of expanding the LNA is something the staff will be looking into.
Okay. Do you two have anything before we cut you loose? And when we do, we're going to go to call to the public, which we can't interact with the people, but I would hope that you would stay and listen to the remarks.
Just one final thing, Chair. The document that you do see presented above you and on the screens before you, I did speak with Madam Clerk. She will have that attached to the public. We'll have access to it. And just when you're reading it, so you can kind of look at it real quick, all those highlights are obviously mine. The orange is relevant to that specific decision. You'll notice on the right hand there's like a yellow or a green. You can kind of see one right here. There's a couple of them. Those are the provisions that I think would be specifically relevant to any manual hand count, not the not the hand count audit after the machine, but a separate and distinct standalone manual hand count. Those are the provisions that I think would be specifically relevant to the applicability or the lawfulness of a straight hand count, just so the public themselves can see it. Anybody can take their time and review it. And then I do stand, I am the county attorney for everybody. I'm more than willing to meet with groups in the public and have discussions because it's not like we live in an ivory tower. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, can we take a 5-minute recess?
What?
A 5-minute recess? before we
Sure.
call the public?
We'll be recessed for 5 minutes, and we'll come back. We'll go to call to the public. We're up to item number 1, call to the public. Everybody will have 3 minutes. With a minute to go, you'll get a yellow warning light and try to get it into that time. I have cards from some folks that want to speak, but after I'm through these cards, anybody else that wants to speak, just approach the mic, tell us your name and basically where you're from. First up, I have Chris Fry.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Chris Fry. I'm a resident of the community a little south of town, kind of in the Cactus Forest area. And what I wanted to speak about is what I consider, and many others do, one of the most important or serious threats to Pinal County, and that's the unchecked installation of wells for residential water consumption or other purposes. I'm qualified to speak about this, at least somewhat. I spent a long time in my career modeling the fate and transport of chemicals in groundwater and had to learn enough about hydrology to do my job. My specialty was more how to get it out of the groundwater and the dirt. And although somebody just comes and complains about things, I don't have much respect for them. So what can we do about this? And I think that on one side, kind of extreme, you could immediately stop all permitting of these things until there's further study. You could take it so far as unless the drill is in the ground, it has to stop. But then drillers will just go around and poke holes in the ground and put their augers in there, so that may not work. I think if you would consider, and somebody said in government, things don't move too fast. So by government standards now, form a committee that would report into you about the additional permitting requirements that should be done for all water wells, not just residential water wells. People will run out of water. It's already happened out on one of the highways coming out, and with that, probably lawsuits will come. You'll probably have lawsuits if you put a moratorium on them. But that's a lawsuit about somebody that wants to do something, not somebody that's already been damaged. Homeowners, property owners with the wherewithal to have acreage and install a well probably have the wherewithal to get legal counsel if they run out of water. So it's very important, I think, to address this. I don't think we can look to the state to help us and protect us, as was pointed out earlier, but it's something that should be done. I'm a thoroughbred capitalist. I'm a big advocate of property rights, property owner rights, but I know I couldn't build a 5-story office building on my property if I wanted to. So this is not partisan. It's just simply good management and having respect for our county and wanting to do everything we can to support fair and reasonable property values. And I thank you for listening. That's about all.
Thank you. Barry McCain.
Good morning, Chairman Surdy, Board of Supervisors, staff, and friends. Wow, that's all I can say. I heard it was going to be good today, and it's gone way beyond that. So I'm military, so with all my degrees, I use common sense. And what I see here, I'd like to thank each one of you for your input because it makes the mud a little clearer. But all I can say is I've been here since 2012. Haven't got any money. Steve Miller knows this. And Mr. Goodman, you have that balance, and I love that. But again, I'm so proud of Pinal County. Been around all my life. But I'm just dumbfounded. 151 credit hours at college. I never am without a word. but wow. Thank you for what you're doing, each one of you. And thank you for allowing me to be here, because my mom always told me, if you're not listening, you're not learning. And when we stop learning, we start dying. But thank you again for following the issues. Without diversity, we can't have, with the political polarization that we have right now, is just killing our elections. But thank you again for everything you've done. Bye.
Earl Dorr.
Hi, Earl Dorr. I'm the district chair for 2 for PCRC. And I wanted to thank you guys for everything that you've done. I recognize you've done everything you can do at the county level. And I also want to bring up why part of this issue, we had Wendy Rogers come into our last PCRC meeting. She asked us to contact you about the hand counts. So then I sent that out to all of my PCs. So next thing, I talked to Dana Lewis, our recorder, and I talked to Volkmar, your attorney, and they laid out what was going on and what the current state of what you just did and what they just laid out here. So I wanted to make sure that this issue wasn't laid at your feet by a representative, a senator, or anybody else that knows damn well it's their job to change these laws. And I think it doesn't matter whether you're a Democrat or a Republican. If you want voting integrity, we should be able to do that hand count. And there should be no reason for us not to do that. And if the governor is kicking that back after it's voted, well, then maybe we need to talk about even the Democrats. You look at your people. Look at your Republicans and your Democrats. Who's voting what way on these voter trying to tighten our voting system? I don't trust the machines. The machines can vote one line of code says, hey, the next week we'll change it differently. But so I think, hey, they probably work pretty darn well, but there's no reason we shouldn't be able to do a hand count behind them. Pretty much that's all I wanted to lay out, and I think they did an excellent job of laying this out so that everybody understands it. And again, thank you for taking all the steps that you have over the last year to make our elections much more as tight as you can make them based on law. Now, I'd like to see Eric go away. Again, that's not your call. And Judicial Watch has a very nice piece on the Eric voting system. It's not hard to find, judicialwatch.org. And I think I'll leave it at that. Thank you, gentlemen.
Gail Peters.
Thank you. I'm going to try to speak loudly but slowly. Hi to Chairman Surdy and Board of Supervisors. My name is Gail Peters. I'm here from Santan Valley. People are understandably concerned about election integrity. It matters to all of us. And I know there are a lot of people, some of whom are here today, that think hand counts will solve the problem. But let's consider the problems that occurred in Pinal's last primary and general election were caused by people. The new election director from the state of Washington made some serious mistakes in the primary election. In the general election, there was a problem that was caused by a procedure involving people. There are people making claims that cause this concern to grow that aren't true. And I would ask you to question why they might be making those claims. Question their motives. Pinal does not have thousands of missing ballots. All of the provisional ballots have been scrutinized, and ballots that met the criteria were properly included in the final count. Pinal isn't the source of the problem, and we cannot solve Maricopa's problems. Maricopa had considerable problems. I think we'd all agree. In Pinal, a problem was discovered in the last election by Dana Lewis. While some were willing to allow a small discrepancy to get by, Dana insisted on getting to the bottom of the issue and fix it. In the last 4 months since Dana took office, she has worked tirelessly to put in new systems, new training and procedures, tracking systems and surveillance. In 2024, we'll have a brand new election building, better storage and handling and transport of ballots and polling equipment. Consider that we might see a new party on the ballot, as well as several initiatives and referendums. Why introduce problems with a hand count that a hand count would involve, along with certain lawsuits? I appeal to our supervisors to follow the existing law. Pinal does not need more lawsuits that cost taxpayers money, and I would like to congratulate Dana and all the election staff for running an excellent election this last week. And thank you for hearing me.
Stephen Rybicki.
Good morning, gentlemen. My name is Steve Rybicki. I live in Saddlebrook, down the road a piece. And my concerns are about the tabulation machines. I found the discussion this morning quite enlightening on vote counting, on manual counting and everything. But it seems to me that the county's committed to using these tabulation machines. And my concerns there are, first, what is the acceptable margin of error that you're willing to accept in these machines? And two, this question has already been addressed. It was, do these machines have internet capability, whether it be Ethernet or wireless, and that's true. My big concern is the certification of these machines. So what has the county done to assure the testing and the certification and the security of these machines? Just before we broke, we learned that software comes from an outside vendor. If that vendor is allowed to make changes to these machines during the process, that's not a certified machine. And if they do make a change, then I say that you have to go through your QA testing all over again on each and every machine, not just one or two, but all of them. Because my background is IT. I can program that a patch goes into every couple of machines, not every one. And so you got to be careful. And so I would just encourage the county to develop a QA system that is rock solid and that the certification of these machines are communicated to the public so everybody understands that no one's cheating during the process. We're not going to turn off at 11 p.m. and then change the machines and then come up with new counts by 7 a.m. Okay, so that's my concern. Thank you.
Todd House.
Good morning, Chairman, Board. I stand before you this morning to reassure you that I'm behind you if you decide to take this issue of manual counting or hand counting of ballots to the legislature. I know we're going to have somebody in standing at CSA here pretty soon, hopefully. And I know we have state lobbyists that can help us with our mission. The issue is I have full confidence in Dana Lewis and what she's doing in the recorder's office. Don't misconstrue this as I don't have confidence in our system. But as being on the board for previous years, when we always had an idea that we could actually add another tool to our toolbox, we always wanted to do that. We always wanted to have that choice to we could go to in case something really bad happened, we would have that at our ability and accessible. Right now, it's not at your ability and it's not accessible. So I would ask this board to go ahead and lobby with the legislature to ask for more flexibility with manual hand counts on the ballots. And if you're fear of that the governor would veto it, then our legislators wasted a time passing 110 bills that they sent to her, and she vetoed this year. So I would ask that it doesn't have to be high on your schedule, but I would ask this board to make it something that is brought up and mentioned almost every time you talk to one of your legislators or one of the people in charge that can help us with our endeavor, to say, I would like the opportunity, if something happened, to be able to do more than just a small hand count on an election to make sure that we could certify the election. I could feel comfortable with certifying the election. So I'm standing before you today to say that I am with you, and I will help you, and we should work with our legislature, and we should try and do our best to make sure that we can get some relief with hand counts in the election process. Thank you, gentlemen.
Phyllis Pettyjohn. She may have left. So that's all the cards I have. Is there anyone else that would like to speak at call to the public?
Good morning, Chairman, Board of Supervisors. I wasn't going to say anything today. I like to come here and sit, listen, and learn.
Let me get your name.
Oh, sorry. Vice Mayor Rich Vidiello of the great city of Maricopa. I have to say, every meeting I hear about election integrity, and I appreciate the fact that this board has decided that that is super important. I appreciate Kent's work on it. Thank you. Dana and the whole elections department to know that this is such an important thing to do and make sure that you check and double check and hand counts. I agree with all that stuff. I went through a 22 election in the city of Maricopa that I lost a lot of votes probably, and so did everybody else. But the bottom line is that you guys immediately jumped on it. And I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart because I will be running in 2024. And I have to tell you, I was a little nervous, but meeting after meeting that I come here, you guys are on top of it. Dana's on top of it. Kent's on top of it. The whole election department is on top of it. And I'm feeling better and better because every meeting I come to, you talk about this. So I know it's your concern. You're also all running in 2024 also, I know. But the bottom line is that I know that Pinal County is making this a top priority. So thank you for what you do. Thank you for the elections department. And I just want to tell you that I feel more and more confident every Wednesday that I come here, twice a month, to hear you guys speak about it. So thank you. Keep up the great work. And we look forward to the 2024 election. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Good morning. My name is Belinda Rodriguez, and I'm the chair for the Pinal County Republican Committee, and I live in Gold Canyon. I just want to say thank you very much for honoring our request to put this on the agenda. Our purpose was to inform and educate our PCs so that they would understand clearly, not from other sources, not from hearsay, but to hear exactly what could be done on hand counts. And I think you guys have done that through our attorney, Kent Volkmer, through Dana Lewis. And so I wanted to say thank you for allowing us and for all of our PCs that have shown up today. Not all of them have spoken now in the call to public because I think you did a great job of answering their questions. The last thing I would say is that I'm not sure that everyone has a clear understanding of the ballot process. We go to the polling site, we mark our ballot, it gets taken back, and then it's run through a tabulating machine. I don't understand all of it, but I know that it's probably not connected to computers, that it can be manipulated or anything like that, and I don't think the public understands that clearly. The express voting machines are used for ADA and emergency situations, and as you heard Dana say, in the jurisdictional election, they only got 17 ballots that were used through that. A very small percentage. Yes, those are programmed by ES&S. We need to probably work on that aspect, but it's not the majority of the ballots that are going through those express voting machines. So I would like maybe some more communication, a clear step-by-step outline and process from the Elections and Recorder's Office. Again, they're doing a fabulous job. But I think this would help alleviate some of that concern that our tabulating machines can be manipulated from the outside. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Anyone else?
I don't know if I'm too close.
But Jack Mattachoni, Apache Junction, I think you all got my email. And basically I agree with Kent. I also agree with Dana. I think they do an outstanding job. There's nothing about what they're doing. It's all the machines. Do you trust the machines? I don't trust the machines, okay? I think, and I agree with what I think Earl Doral mentioned, that you need to have maybe an option to do the hand counts for people like myself who have seen over the years now. And I've worked the polls since 1970, so I've been around. I've actually watched them do hand counts back in the day. And I'm telling you right now that the machines are the problem. It's not the people. It's the machines. You can sit here and talk all day about how great we do and observe everything, but we watched all those machines break down in Maricopa County, 60% in the GOP. I don't know why they would all break down just in the GOP sections, but they did. I don't know why they can't do signature verifications like they did. There's a lot of funny things going on in our elections. I'm one of those guys I love the word, keep it simple, stupid. Okay? It worked before. Now we've got these machines. I've never seen such a mess since we've got machines, to be honest with you. And it's a mess. We've lost total respect for our elections. Most of the citizens out here don't trust the elections. I'd like to see that come back. I'm thinking, I know just from listening to Kent, if you broke the law and you didn't follow the elections procedural manual, well, the penalty is only a misdemeanor too. I don't know how many that would be, but that's what it would be. I don't know what the fine would be. Why is it only a misdemeanor too? My feeling is if you commit voter fraud, it should be at least a felony 3 or something. Let's go to jail, But it's not the way it is. We put a low priority on this stuff. To me, it's very, very important. If we don't have elections, we don't have a country. Okay? Well, that's starting what it's looked like to me. We don't have a country anymore. We got people. I won't even get into the national politics. I think we all know that part. I'm just saying that I really appreciate what we're doing here, having a good discussion, open discussion, because the issue is going to be down the road is if you do anything, you're going to have the state tell you, and they're going to come after you because you guys are the leaders, and you got to deal with it. Us peons down here aren't going to be doing that. What I've seen in the past when you're a leader, when the stuff hits the fan, guess what? They run and you stand, and you get to face it, okay? I don't like to see that happen, but that's reality. I would like to say that what I'm hoping, comes out of this is maybe, because I could write letters all day, I'd like to see you guys send a resolution up to the state and say, we want it changed. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Roberto Ravelis, resident of Gold Canyon. This extended discussion today is interesting on hand count, but it's a result of, I agree, with mistrust and misinformation. Following 3 years of a big lie campaign that the courts found lack of evidence. But to the topic that I wanted to discuss, another Board of Supervisors meeting, another opportunity to continue discussing Sheriff Mark Lamb's accusatory question of who is destroying our country, our governing institutions, our civic values. A discussion he initiated when he requests help from the board and from the county attorney to censor call to the public by those who dare criticize Lamb's electioneering and possible abuse of as yet unaudited finances. As before, since the last meeting, another disclosure has surfaced on questionable dipping into a different cookie jar by Sheriff Lamb, this time not from the county jail welfare fund for guns, bullets, vests, for the ostensible welfare of jail inmates. This time, a $27,935 expenditure for Mark Lamb's, quote, campaign attire, unquote, flagged for questioning by the Federal Election Commission. 5 different purchases of clothing that the FEC questions might be illegal use of campaign funds for personal use. But who knows? This might be a justified expense to avoid or to present another novel twist on the old saying, the campaigning emperor has no clothes. Considering these unfolding questioned expenditures and the Auditor General's recent audit report that found multiple deficiencies across several of Pinal County's major federal programs, taxpayers are justifiably puzzled by the board's reluctance to request a PCSO audit when even the sheriff timidly says he welcomes an audit. If dalliance with relatively puny jail and campaign accounts are raising serious questions, one wonders what an audit of $73 million plus sheriff's budget would reveal. Meantime, we taxpayers are left to wait for the sheriff's next shoe or perhaps cowboy boot to drop. Yes, Sheriff Lamb, let's continue examining who's destroying our country. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
One last call. Anyone else?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Douglas Wolf. I've been watching this 10 years, call the public. I usually stay in my lane, stick to stuff that assessing has to do with and land use. But once again, I just heard Mr. Ravelis, who hated Sheriff Paul Babu and came up here regularly and criticized the sheriff, our prior sheriff, for all kinds of reasons that never panned out. There was going to be an FBI investigation and misuse of funds with he and the former county attorney. Poof, all hogwash. So Mr. Ravelis comes up here and he bloviates and he gives us all this wonderful pious crap. In fact, I've had enough of him. I'm here today to say he's not credible. He's not credible. And as a citizen, I'm tired of listening to it. Sheriff Lamb follows the law. Sheriff Lamb is an honest man. And the sheriff is only being attacked because he's running for the United States Senate. That's it. That's why Ravelis is here. So I'm going to just put that out there and let everybody know I've kept my silence for a long time, but today was too much. And I thank you for your time. And the citizens of Pinal County know who he is. Thank you.
Anyone else? No applause, please. Anyone else? Okay. We're going to now move on to County Manager's report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just wanted to make a few announcements. One, I was able to attend a meeting that doesn't happen very often. Chris Wanamaker, our county engineer, and Celeste Garza was there as well. There's a process at the state, Arizona Department of Transportation, to name state routes. All throughout the state, they have a system and they have some procedures around that, but that's how we come up with things like the Loop 101, Loop 202, the 303. And part of that process is an advisory committee and an executive committee made up of certain individuals. We attended, didn't realize that we were part of the advisory committee, but we were, and so we got an advisory vote. And it ended up being the north-south, which runs from the Gold Canyon area down to Coolidge area and meets the 10, goes from the 60 and meets the 10. And apparently I heard a story that the north-south was named originally kind of nomenclatured between Jordan Rose and Stacy Brimhall when they were talking about how the cattle travel down across his land from north to south when they were thinking of this name. But anyways, the formal part of this committee voted, and the north-south is now going to be called the 505 corridor at this point. This is in the planning stage of the name. It's not the 404 was skipped because ADOT's practices are even numbers tend to be more east-west and odd numbers tend to be more north-south, even though they loop The 202 is more of an east-west. And so it is not a state route yet. It's not the SR 505 or the State Route 505 yet. The ADOT board has to vote on that, and they usually do that right before construction. And so right now it's just the 505 corridor. And as you all know, in the future, and with the PRTA plan and the previous one, we're also trying to do east-west connections. And so an ultimate bigger vision in the future, obviously, is that the 505 not only connects the 60 and the 10, but somehow connects the rest of the county through going east-west and back up to the loop system in the valley. So thank you for indulging me on that. It doesn't happen often, and I think a pretty remarkable thing for the county to get this 505. And then the Arizona Association of Economic Development did award the county with a couple of awards. One was for the special event category, which some of you were at, and probably some in the audience were at, for that the Phoenix Business Journal did, where they interviewed some of the large company executives that had landed in the county and talked about why do these companies come and why did those in particular come. And we got a lot of good coverage from that meeting, so we won an award for that. And then we also won an award for a video campaign that our communications department and James Daniels in specific worked with our economic development department to put. As you know, transportation and workforce development are two of the main reasons why a company would come here. And so they won an award in the media category for that. And so wanted to play that video for you all in the public, just so you have an awareness of what that video was and how we're trying to recruit workforce here in the county. That's all. Thank you, Chairman.
Okay, thank you. District Supervisors updates. Anybody from 1 or 4? Yes.
Let's see. Tomorrow, for those of you that are aware, we'll have a town hall in Arizona City tomorrow from 10 to 11:30 at the new library. For those of you here in Florence, the chamber has a ribbon cutting at Rancho Sonora, right down the road here at Cactus Forest tomorrow from 11 to 12:30. Horizon Health has an open house here in town from 1 to 5 on Friday. They're over on 495 North Pinal Parkway, Suite 106. That's my public service announcement. Thank you.
2 and 3.
So our office will be closed on Thanksgiving and Thursday and Friday of next week. But from my office to all of you is hope that you have a good Thanksgiving. Make sure that we express our gratitude, all of us. Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, tomorrow there'll be a CSA meeting. So to my colleagues, if you're not able to attend and you want to send a proxy, like to get that in to Penny Adams at CSA. There's rumor that I'll be next year's president at the CSA for the oncoming year. So, but we have a lot of great topics. We actually have somebody from State Land that's presenting there that I think we should, that I want to ask some questions of. But I'll have a busy day tomorrow at CSA and preparing for next year's legislation.
So mine is for the whole East Valley. Everybody probably noticed that all of the state highways were getting trashy along the sides because they'd let a contract expire with the people that they contracted to clean up the sides of the road, and they finally got that fixed, and they are cleaning up the roads, and you'll see them out there. So thankfully, they don't let that happen again. Okay, we already did item 5. We're on to item number 6 with Kent Volkmer again on the county's diversion program.
I promise I'll be a little quicker this time, Chair. With your permission, can I bring my diversion team up so you can kind of see the people that are actually doing the work? We've got a handful of them. If they can come up and sort of surround me. I want to thank Supervisor McClure. About a month ago, he had heard that we'd won an award, and he's like, hey, I want to hear more about it. Will you, come share with the board? As many of you are aware, any program that we run requires tons of community support, tons of community partners. I can tell you Supervisor McClure and his wife have actually helped us dramatically because they give us a place where we can meet with some of these people. So I really want to talk about diversion, and then I'll kind of conclude with the award so you can kind of understand what's happening here. So, I title this What We Do Different. And I'm going to start with kind of traditional diversion programs. So traditionally, a person commits a non-dangerous offense or a crime that's sort of out of their character. They get defense counsel. Defense counsel says, look, this is a good guy, or this is a young lady that has the world at their footsteps. They were in a bad spot. They just made a really dumb decision. Can't we just kind of forget that this happened? And that's really the pitch that's made. And then if we believe that it's merited, we can offer diversion. Historically, depending on what offense they committed, they go into a predetermined track. So if it was you got in a fight, then you're going to go to an anger management class. If you got caught with weed, you were going to a marijuana class. Whatever it is, there was this predetermined set. This is what you go to. Essentially, the defendant sits in a class for a little bit, pays a relatively hefty fine, and we dismiss charges. That is just the way the diversion's been ran since as long as I've been practicing. I can tell you that. So there's been a lot of criticisms. One is that there's a pay-to-play issue. If you don't have money and you can't afford those classes, then suddenly it's not available to you. There's been essentially a criticism that those tracks don't always make sense. Like, just because you got in a fight doesn't necessarily mean it's an anger management issue. There could be something else, but we don't really care what the underlying issue is. We just want you to make amends, to go get this class, sit down. It's a lot like driving school. You sit there, you play on your phone for about half of it, you pay $300, and you walk out saying, boy, I don't want to speed next time just because I don't want to be bored out of my gourd again doing that. I mean, that's the disincentive to committing crimes with the traditional diversion. It's also been known as a freebie. This is your get-out-of-jail-free card. There's really no consequences. You'll have no mark. It's also been used as a tool for prosecutors that have really weak cases. Maybe we can't prove it, so we'll offer you diversion. You just can't pass that up. Again, these are just your traditionals. One of the criticisms that I personally always had is it fails to address the underlying public safety concern. The reality is that people came into the criminal justice system. We should be doing everything we can to make sure they don't ever come back. I mean, that's what public safety really is keeping people out of the system because they're following the law. So our vision, we started about 6 years ago, was to create programs that were individualized, evidence-based, public safety-focused, but also affordable, engaging, data-informed. What we really wanted was a service package focused on addressing the underlying issue that caused the person to come into the contact with the criminal justice system. And I think this is the real important portion, and creating that pathway to redemption, that pathway to restoration, to being a full-fledged member of our community that is raising our family, engaging in public service, and doing everything we want from our community members. Teresa, go ahead and wave to everyone. Teresa is sort of our mother hen, I guess I would say, of the program. This is really her baby, in all honesty. We just give her, empower her, and she is the one that's really taken this from the ground up. So I really want to first thank this board, because about 6 years ago, I presented this vision to the board, and it's not possible if we're not fiscally supported. If there's not financial support, we can't do this. I came to the board then and said, look, I think we can develop a program that's going to treat people humanely, give them that pathway, and probably just as importantly is ultimately save the community a lot of money. If we can invest a little money up front and we can keep them out of the criminal justice system, we're not paying the $121 a day to keep them in jail. We're not paying the $35,000 a year it costs to put them in prison. Instead, we're restoring them and making them successful members of our community. So the way that our system, and we also, because of your support, we were able to get a ton of federal grants, and Teresa really led the way. I think we're at over $2 million in grants for this program that we've brought in to help fund and facilitate this. So now the way our system works is a person commits the criminal offense. Our office is proactively looking for people. Instead of putting that on the defense attorney to prove to us or to show us, instead we're looking at it saying, hey, what are the circumstances of this case? Talk with law enforcement. Is this somebody that would benefit from actually getting these services? We refer these cases to our diversion officer, and that's what a lot of our people here are, diversion officers, where they sit down. They actually start doing assessments. They meet with the people. They treat them in a non-high-stress environment, but really just to have a conversation with them and really try and develop a rapport and see what's going on. And then this is what really makes us different, is this battery of assessments. We do assessments pre-entry into our program. We do assessments when you're in our program. We do assessments when you're exiting our program. And we do ACEs, BAM, which is Brief Addiction Monitor. We do the FS36, Quality of Life. We do SF36. We do the Prepare, ORAS, and a bunch of other assessments. And the idea behind these assessments is if somebody enters our program, obviously there's some issue going on because they entered the criminal justice system. What we want to see is if they are successful in our program, when they exit our program, they have a lower risk to the community. And that's what really helps us address and create the appropriate programming, but also probably just as importantly is make sure when they return to the community, they're in a better spot than when we had them. And that's what's necessary here. We refer the individual to individualized services. Instead of saying, hey, this is a predetermined track, because I alluded to it earlier, maybe you punch somebody, but the underlying issue is you have a mental health issue. Or maybe you have a substance abuse issue and it's just manifesting in a different way. Who are we to say that I can tell exactly your problems by reading one police report for one brief time in your life? Instead, we're looking at truly creating an assessment and creating a full picture of this person and then developing a plan to help fix this person. The example I like to give is Humpty Dumpty. We've all fallen, we're all broken, we've all been put back together. Just sometimes the pieces haven't been put back together quite right for some people. What we're looking at is how can we help fill those gaps and fill in those pieces. Our diversion officers, they actively manage cases, but the reality is they're coaching. Frankly, sometimes they're the only friends these people have, some of the people that enter into the system, or at least the only pro-social people that they can reach out to. So they reach out and they're asking them for guidance. They take on a gazillion different roles. They take it on admirably, and they're amazing at doing it. And when we get some of the follow-up, it's always like, I've got the best diversion officer I've ever seen. And it's not just one of them. Everybody says it about every diversion officer they get because we have people in this office that care about the people and want to see them successful. And the other thing is we do constant program adjustments. We do assessments and data review. Let me give you an example. We found that those suffering from fentanyl addiction right now and severe opioid addiction aren't doing great in our program. So we're drastically limiting those people that go into our program with those underlying issues until we can develop a program that's going to be successful for them. Because the idea is you don't go in and then just get out and we say, good job. The idea is we want you to be transformed. We want you to be lifted up. We want you to be a productive member of society. Like I said earlier, we want you to be better when you exit our program than when you entered it. And if we can't provide that service, then we shouldn't be using diversion. We should be looking at something else. So if it's not working, then we make adjustments accordingly. So what's that really mean? So the BJA, you've probably all heard me say this before, 3 years after release from prison, 68% of people will be rearrested. Within 6 years, it's 79%, and within 9 years, it's 83%. That means 5 out of every 6 people that go into prison, once they're released, within 9 years, 5 out of 6 people will be rearrested for a new criminal offense. That's the reality we face. If people get into our program and they successfully complete our diversion program, that recidivism rate's less than 5. Instead of being 83, it's less than 5. Since this program has really been initiated in late 2017, we've had almost 3,500 people that have entered our program. 83%. So again, 5 out of 6 people that enter successfully complete our program. I do like to note that we've recovered over $171,000 in victim restitution as well, making victims in our community whole. And that's really why we're different, and this is why we're getting the national recognition. So on August 1st, the Pinal County Attorney's Office Adult Diversion Program was selected as a model site for national programs designed to improve behavioral health outcomes. That's a mouthful. What it means is they are telling other prosecutors' offices that are looking at starting a diversion program, look at Pinal County, they do it right. They are actually focused on improving behavioral health outcomes. They are focused on actually making people better, productive members of society. And they're telling nationally, come look at them. We serve as just one of 10 model examples in the Criminal Justice Mental Health Learning Site program in the entire country. So, I mean, think about us compared to the resources of Maricopa, of Pima County, of Los Angeles and Las Vegas and all these other places. It's Pinal County. It's the Pinal County Attorney's Office's diversion program that nationally they're saying, look how they're doing it. This is a model program. That is an amazing accomplishment. I wish I could take all the credit for it, but it's not. It's the people you see sitting right here. And Mark, is it Mark Schultz? Yes, sir. So Mark Schultz is not a member of our office, but he's a member of our board. And he has been instrumental in providing services to us. So, I mean, what you have is, you have, again, dedicated public servants that have essentially dedicated their time, their professional career to making our community, a safer, stronger, better Pinal County. And what's happening is nationally they're recognizing it. Nationally they're saying, hey, you're doing something, and we want to replicate this elsewhere. So Supervisor McClure, I appreciate the opportunity to be able to bring them up, and I'd ask everybody to join me in just showing a little bit of appreciation by giving them a round of applause. I'll just go through them all real quick. So Teresa, if you'll wave, Nicole, Chantel, Mark, Tina, Sarah, and Tyler. And that's almost our whole team. I think we're only missing one, if I'm not mistaken.
Where's Mitch?
Mitch is actually our one that's not here. So they are a small but mighty team. I do have one more slide. Oopsie, maybe. So we do have some future projects. We do want some expansion into city courts. One of the things we're doing right now is we're expanding into the Maricopa Municipal Court. As you're aware, in our county, we're about a 50-50 split between justice courts and city courts. So if you're in justice court and you live outside of city limits, you have the benefit of these extraordinary people to my right. If you happen to live within city limits, sorry, tough break. You don't get it. So right now, we did a pilot project with the city of Maricopa. It seems to be going very well, and we're looking for additional funding to expand there. We're also looking at pre-filing diversion, meaning we're going to have a process in the jail. So when people first get brought in, we can immediately get them into services and say, hey, if you want to get any of these services now, you can do it. Keeps people from the sort of indignity of getting booked into jail and getting their mugshot published and all of those other things. So we're looking at creating an appropriate program there, sort of short term. And then long term, we want to add programming. I talked about fentanyl. It's one of the things we're really focusing on. That is a crisis that's happening in our community. We want to be able to provide those services. We also are looking at expanding who's there. We want to be able to start taking higher risk and more complex and more complicated cases because we're showing incredible success. And then finally, we're looking at potentially even starting pre-conviction specialty courts. So all of our specialty courts, mental health court, drug court, veterans court, you have to be convicted of a crime first. What we're looking at is the possibility of potentially having a pre-conviction court where if you successfully complete that court, you can have those charges dismissed. So we're still in the infancy. I mean, this is about 6 years we've been going, and it is a program that I'm proud of and I think the entire county should be proud of. And I appreciate the opportunity to present this information to this board and to the public at large. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Purchasing Division Report, Angie Woods.
Hello, board members. Angie Woods, Director of the Office of Budget and Finance. I have the pleasure of presenting the Purchasing Division Report for November 15th, 2023. The board is first requested to approve the following contract award: RFP 232735, Pinal County Sheriff's Office Computer-Aided Dispatch, Records Management, Jail Information Management System Software. It is recommended that Motorola Solutions Incorporated be awarded a contract beginning November 15th, 2023 through November 14th of 2025 with 10 additional years of hardware and software support and maintenance. The contract, again, will be used by Pinal County Sheriff's Office. The board is requested to approve contract amendments for RFP 190624 for electronic poll books. It's recommended for approval of amendment number 4 to exercise the optional extension period from November 20th, 2023 through November 19th, 2024 with No Inc. LLC. After this, there are no optional extensions remaining. These are used by the Elections Department. RFP 208226, Immigration Resource Attorney Services. It's recommended you approve Amendment Number 2 to exercise optional extension period from June 30th, 2024 with Ballister and Siegel LLC, the Newfield Law Firm PLCC. There are 2 optional extension periods remaining, and this contract is used by the Public Defense Services Department. Third, RFP 23826 for Casa Grande Residential Refuse Service. We're asking for approval of Amendment Number 2 to exercise the optional extension period from November 30th, 2023 through November 29th, 2024 with Universal Waste Systems. There are 2 extensions remaining in this RFP, and our housing department is using this particular RFP. Lastly, we're requesting the board to we're notifying the board of the PO number 250797 with Velocity Truck Centers Freightliner of Arizona in the amount of $239,921.41. Our Public Works Division of Development Services is purchasing a 2024 Western Star 47X truck, which is heavy equipment. You have any questions?
Are there any questions or discussion? If not, I'll ask for a motion.
Mr. Chair, I move we approve the Purchasing Division report as presented.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Thank you.
And the ayes have it. Consent agendums, everything will be taken with one vote unless someone wants to pull something, and Supervisor Miller wants to pull item number M. Would anyone else like to pull anything? And that includes members of the public. Motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve items A through AA with the exception of item M.
If we can, that's AD.
AD. Oops. AD. So I move that we approve items A through AD on the consent agenda as presented with the exception of item M.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Item number M, Mr. Miller, why did you want to pull that?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know it was also recommended to be pulled because of a typographical. It's not for just District 2, it's countywide. But the reason for pulling it is it has to do with our community development permitting process, for lack of a better understanding, and for the Reader's Digest version of it. And I'll just say, I don't know how many times I've been told the reason that we can't get permits out is because of Acela. And this is a lot of money, and we're going to spend a lot of money. And I don't know if there's anybody in here that can tell me when will this be fully loaded and implemented into the system? Is there any period of time for training of staff to know how to use it? Because, as I've been told, we're buying the Cadillac version of Acela, and the reason you didn't get your permit will not be because of Acela in the future. And I need kind of a timeline, and when we can say we're fully vested in this system and there's not going to be any more problems with Acela.
For sure. So this is in an active project currently. We do have a project management team associated with this project. It will kick off. It has started to kick off. This transfer that we're talking about here is a transfer from the Community Development Department or Public Works and Community Development together, right? So they're transferring it into the central IT budget. That's really what that letter M was for, just to help offset the costs a little bit. But yes, we are looking at going from an on-premises version to a cloud-based version of Acela. Pima County has just done that as well. They said it's the best decision that they've made with Acela. They've gotten really good support. I think we're looking anywhere from 6 to 8 months to go from the on-prem version to the cloud version. Essentially, they're going to take what we have on our, and when I say on-prem, I mean in our data center. The servers are in our data center. The data that's in those servers is going to get uploaded to the cloud version, and then some modifications and things will be done from there. And that's why the cost goes up, because we're no longer going to be responsible for the updates, the backups, the configuration of the back end of Acela. That piece will be done by Acela, so you have to pay them for that portion. So the price does go up a little bit. Luckily, Development Services is willing to help offset the cost of that, so we really appreciate that.
Yeah, and I've said it for months. If it's money, just come and tell us what it is. I mean, we've got to move forward. We can't have this as a reason. And then my hopes are that if a staff logs in, we type in an address, we can see the history of what's gone on here. I mean, today, if you were to do that, you can't even understand. You can't find everything. It's a mess. I'm excited about this. I want it to happen, but I also want to be successful with it.
Understood.
And I think, so you're talking 6 months. I'm going to say sometime in the spring.
Yes.
We use March. We use.
I can get you the specific dates from the project management team that's heading this up. Joe might have some more information as well, since we are working together on this.
And if I don't mind, Chairman, I mean, I'd like an update on this as we progress through uploading this system, and kind of just give us a report moving forward, if that's okay with my colleagues.
Sure. Joe Ortiz, Pinal County Development Services Managing Director. Just to add a little bit more to it, I think we're shooting for April to get this thing moving and operational. And like Robert was mentioning, this is the big elephant first lift of migrating from on-prem to this cloud and getting all that data moved over. Also part of this contract, we're getting, like you mentioned, some valuable training, because that's the other key to this thing is we've got to have the staff trained up on Acela and the background of it. Also to this, we're also receiving what is called a premium customer experience module. They have the fancy names, but yeah, it is to make it a little easier on the front end for that customer that comes in, and it walks them through the steps of okay, what are you really after? And it dives into it. Okay, I'm here to build a shed. Okay, where's your address? Okay, is it zoned for that? And it walks them all the way through, so it helps fill out that application up front and gets them down the right path. That's one of the modules that we're getting with this first contract. But I want to make sure you understand, too, that after meeting with Pima, we're also looking at potentially at the beginning of the next fiscal year of adding to this potentially what we call an E-plan review module that will help across the board from our site plan review, our planners, our flood control, air quality, whoever has hands on this review process. It's electronic and more seamless. That's another module that we may be trying to come back to you and ask for more. There's also this virtual inspection aspect that we met with Pima County that they're utilizing right now. Again, I think that will be valued to not only to the customer but to staff as well, to have some of these virtual building inspections. It's not every aspect of a building inspection, but there are some cookie cutter stuff that, man, it would just save time for the customer, save time for the staff if we just do some of this stuff virtual. And like I said, Pima County's running it, so we're trying to take some cues from them on what they're doing right now. So,
well, thank you, Joe. And I don't think there's probably not a county employee that hasn't heard me ranting and raving about this. And it's an apt ability to process anything. But I'm anxious, and I totally understand. We'll have licensing, we will have updates, we'll have things like that. But if it's the Cadillac, I sure hope it is, and I'm going to be watching constantly. So, and with that, I'd make a motion to approve item M.
Mr. Chair, just a quick question. The virtual inspection, are you talking about taking a phone and saying, hey, here's what we just did? And I mean, seeing a picture of it so you don't have to go to the site, but you can be back here.
Correct. They gave a few examples, like if it's a water heater, cookie cutter stuff. They take pictures of the electrical, they take pictures of the plumbing. They show, it's pretty basic. So they'll run a video, they send it, upload it to Acela, and then our inspector can kind of take a quick view and check off yes, no. So it's that kind of thing.
It's a simple thing, yeah, sure.
Yep.
Thank you.
So I made a motion.
Natasha informed me that I did not introduce myself when I stepped up here for the record. So my name is Robert Stanley. I'm the Chief Information Officer for Pinal County.
A key piece of information right there. I believe we did have a motion.
I made a motion.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? And that carries as well. We're not going to go into the public health. We're going to put that at the end of the meeting. We're going to go to item number 10. Discussion disapproval of resolution 2023 PZPA 00623, comprehensive plan regarding renewables. Sangeeta.
Morning, Chairman, board members. Sangeeta Devkar, Senior Planner, presenting the first case. However, I would like to give an overview of this year's major comprehensive plan amendments. This is the final hearing for the three proposals that we have in front of you today. The last public hearing that happened was the October 19th, which was the planning and zoning, and today being the final presentation and the public hearing in front of you. To give an overview, these are the three proposals. The first one is the county-initiated item, which is the Environmental Stewardship Chapter 7, an update to the comp plan document to update the energy section and the renewable energy sources portion of this document. The next two are the solar projects, Cielo Solar and the Carmel Solar. The first one is going to be presented by me, and that is a request to update the Chapter 7 as stated, environmental stewardship, a specific section, energy, and the subsection, renewable energy, and along with that, the Appendix D, which includes all these new terms that have been added as part of this proposal. This proposal is expanding the renewable energy sources to include additional categories besides solar, updating the goals, objectives, and policies under the same chapter, and the appendix, which is glossary of additional terms, definitions in the vocabulary section of the comprehensive plan document. The objective basically is to provide a comprehensive list of energy sources, promoting quality, safety, and benefits to the Pinal County residents. And basically, it's expanding the toolbox and providing options for the public for renewable energy sources and creating a diversity within this category. Ensuring projects that are proposed in future that fall under this category could be tied up to this policy document, which currently doesn't recognize other renewable sources besides solar. So bringing this document up to date with current trends in the energy sector, with and aligning it with the state of Arizona Department of Energy. Some of the sources and links used are Department of Energy, Arizona EIA, U.S. Census data, which updates some basic information as population projections and what has been stated as far as energy consumed. So Office of Nuclear Energy has also been referred to in this case, and also SRP information that kind of has pulled data to update the document. Current renewable sources have been solar energy, which has been clearly mentioned in the document. However, the rest of these that are mentioned have not been included, and we would like to include those as recognizing these as other resources for energy. We've already seen these slides, but I would like to just go over quickly to share with you. Photovoltaics is one of the methods, concentrated solar thermal power systems. Bioenergy that is derived from organic materials called the biomass, and some pictures showing what includes in this. Again, sources directly from the U.S. Energy Information Administration. Geothermal systems, heat harnessed from beneath the earth, the geothermal cooling and heating processes. Hydrogen is another energy carrier produced from domestic sources, which is natural gas, solar, wind, geothermal biomass, or from processes which are electrolysis, biological, water splitting, steam, methane deforming. Again, a picture showing gray hydrogen, blue hydrogen, and green hydrogen. Hydropower, again, talking about smaller systems, usually we associate those, hydropower with very large projects like the Hoover Dam. But however, this picture shows some of these micro turbines taking advantage of water flows in municipal water facilities and irrigation ditches. A current example that is at a very initial stage is a draft of a Sacadon Energy storage project, which uses the closed-loop pumped storage. Project is for 150 megawatt capacity, proposed along with an adjacent of 100 megawatt solar panel plant. Just giving you an idea that we do get projects like these, and this is one of them which is currently under review. Again, just a small layout. Again, it's at a draft stage. Wind energy, harnessing power from wind through wind turbines, converting kinetic energy into electricity. Example of the Arizona State University School of Sustainability using really small turbines that are on the buildings, again, harnessing wind power. The energy section also updates small modular reactors, and that has also been added under the energy section, which are, really small nuclear reactors. The features of these are that they are 1/3 capacity of traditional nuclear reactors. They're modular, factory assembled, transported to locations that are difficult to build, which are rural areas. Affordability is one of the aspects. And these are standalone or grid connected with access to energy, and the costs associated are the reasons why this has also been added as recognizing these in the energy section. The other update is the Appendix G, the glossary, to add all of these terms that have been mentioned out here to ensure that those are added in that. The packet clearly has a section which is the updated version and also the older version for your reference. And I'm open for any questions at this point in time.
I also forgot to announce, we're doing 11 and 12 at the same time, and then we'll vote on them separately.
Yes.
Yeah. Any questions? No.
I just wanted to also share the last slide.
Steve Miller.
I'm sorry, yeah.
Do you have another slide you want to show first?
Just the response, public responses and recommendations from the CAC and the Planning and Zoning, both of them approved with 9-0. And I'm sorry to have interrupted Stephen Miller.
So, just real quick, you had a list of green energy, types of green energy. Solar was at the very top, I believe, in the list. You had it circled in red. And then there are other items that you want to make sure is included in this?
That's correct. The solar was highlighted to show that that is currently there in the document.
Yes.
However, the others are not.
The others are not. But in our comprehensive plan going forward, are these items that would be allowed?
This is a policy.
Other than solar, are those other items permissible?
Correct. This is a policy document to recognize these sources. Okay. And yes, they would be reviewed. And further, when they come up to with projects, you would have the ability to either move forward with a recommendation of approval or denial. But we, at this point, recognize these, and if they do come up and are acceptable, would be able to tie up with this policy document, which is the comprehensive list. That's what it is.
Right. Yeah. So you made my point there, that these going forward in the future could be somebody could come in and want to change the comprehensive plan because they're going to put bioenergy in. Right? I mean, not this one, but not anything on today's agenda, but in the future.
That's correct.
So if you want these all to be acceptable, what if we eliminated solar?
What if you eliminated solar?
Would not be a permissible use in Pinal County.
Well, we already have allowed that. We already have that.
I know we have, but there is a movement to eliminate solar in Pinal County. So I'm thinking, well, what if we just take it off the list? Then nobody can come forward with a solar project.
And what he's saying is we're getting contacted more and more
for
folks who just don't want any solar.
So if solar's off limits in Pinal County, we should put that message out there, I guess. I mean,
at this point, this proposal is actually recognizing these. If we have to move forward with that, we will recognize that and take it forward for next year's proposal, if that is what is the wish for. Yeah.
Just for everyone's info, one of the things that's irking them is they think that the energy is not staying here; it's going to another state, which I'm not sure.
I sent a big email on that to somebody.
Yes.
But anyway, Brent, I'd like to hear from you at this point, I guess.
So anybody out there, I'm going to put the call out. If anybody we'd like to hear both ways. That's what we're up here for. We're a sounding board. If you're for these things, let us know as well, instead of just everybody contacting that's anti.
For clarity, though, just real quick, if I may, Chairman.
Sure.
Renewable energy sources. Everything on that list can be considered renewable energy sources.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Miller. Hopefully I can clarify a little bit. So you're absolutely correct. We're adding tools to the toolbox to help not only staff process green energy applications as they come in, but to allow you guys to process those as comp plan amendments in the future. So the other two major comp plan amendments we have today are to take existing land in the comp plan that has a different land use category and make them green energy for green energy production. If this gets approved by the board, following the 30 days it takes, and actually for a comp plan amendment, it has to be after the first of the year, then any of these others of the 6 on the list could come in for a similar comp plan amendment in the future for a green energy category and be included. Right now, all we have is solar. So I hope that answers the first question.
It does, and thank you.
Second answer to the question is the board can't remove solar energy today because of the state law associated with comp plans and comp plan amendments. We have a process that we have to go through. It starts in May. It's a 6-month process. We've been before the board. This is the 3rd time. The Planning and Zoning Commission, the 3rd time. So that's something that would have to be vetted as a major comp plan amendment next year in May, but we can't do that today, as I understand it. Yeah.
And for clarity, we would in May we would come back with a new list, and solar energy wouldn't be there, and then we'd decide going forward. And this time next year,
yes, sir.
Voting on it.
That's absolutely correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. So I would recommend, we've talked about wind energy in the past and how there's only a very small place in Pinal County that it might be viable and that we didn't really want it there. So I would recommend we strike from 285, page 285, wind energy from the list of renewable sources, as well as make a change on 288, and I have copies of these for other board members if they'd like to see it.
And nothing lowers property value like windmills nearby.
And so on page 288, change that from wind energy is a renewable energy source that harnesses power of wind through wind turbines to wind energy is considered an unsustainable source of energy in Pinal County, and the intent of Pinal County is to exclude wind energy from utility scale energy generation. That would preserve anybody who wants to put a windmill on their property or on a building or whatever, that's fine. I think we should exclude utility scale wind generation from Pinal County, for starters. So those would be, can we pass these down, Jeff? And then on page 292, I think it's number 7.3.1.1, convert the vehicle fleet over time to alternative fuels. I think that's premature. On 292, we're on international building codes, and this may need some discussion from Brent about whether it's wise to adopt the current international building code or keep where we're at. It's so big, the book's so big, it's hard to follow. And page 293, strike is a minimum efficiency standard from the Energy Star policy, and the text of each of these pages is included in the subsequent items in the packet we gave here. Page 295, 7.6.2.2. I'd like to strike support the attraction of renewable energy providers through the county's economic development strategy. They seem to find us just fine. I don't know if we need to go out and search for more solar installers. And so there's a number of changes here. Page 296, support the expansion and attraction of energy generation sources that increase the resilience and stability of the power grid, especially during peak demand times and times when renewable energy sources are not generating their full potential. An example, nighttime or cloudy days include sources such as natural gas and nuclear energy. Page 296, add work with energy providers to state and federal agencies to increase the facilities and energy production at Palo Verde. So these are some common sense additions and subtractions.
Sometimes we're afraid to ask stupid questions, but why has there only always been one nuclear power plant in the valley? Does anyone know why another one was never proposed?
It takes a long time to get siting.
Terribly expensive.
Well, it's got to start sometime.
It takes a long time to get siting from the NRC and others.
Now, the federal government didn't want them.
Mr. Chairman, I think I can help with that.
Yes, go ahead.
The first large-scale
I'm not liking these answers. Yes.
The first large-scale nuclear reactor in the last 40 years is under construction right now, and it's taken like 60 years to get it approved. It's a very difficult process for.
Where's that one at?
Somewhere in the East Coast. The only reason I know is I read it in the Wall Street Journal about a month ago.
Near 3 Mile Island, is it?
No, sir.
I believe it's in the Carolinas or in the Georgia area.
But
Mr. Chairman, can I finish just real quick?
Sure.
On page 293, 7.4.2.3, it says implement the activity center philosophy to bring employment, commercial, and educational activities closer to residents and increase multimodal transportation options, including transit, bicycle, and pedestrian modes. That sounds a lot like the 15-minute cities. And so we have to decide if, get a better understanding of what that means and if that's something Pinal County wants to shoot for.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
If I could interject, because a lot of the suggestions that Supervisor Kavanaugh is asking, I think we need to refer to the statute and see whether or not we can actually make those changes without having to have that go back to the commission for consideration and whether timing to get all these approved is appropriate or not. So I'm going to have to defer to Brent and Darren. I believe you guys have the statute in front of you that maybe you can address that question. Is it possible to make these changes now, or would they have to go back to the commission?
First, one of the things that I'd like to share, Mr. Chairman, with the board and the public is, as I'm sitting here taking notes on the requests from Supervisor Kavanaugh, they're not directly related to the amendments that we've provided today. They're part of the greater document of the comp plan. So I think that would have to be looked at as part of our major amendments next year if we wanted to make those changes. The second part of it, and correct me if I'm wrong, Darren, but at this point we've been through multiple hearings, multiple bodies, and following the state process. If we were to make change, I think we have two options today. Either one, vote it down, or two, remand it back to the Planning and Zoning Commission, and we have to be cognizant that we only have until the end of December to bring it back to the Board of Approval or the Board for approval, or it's dead in the water. So I think that's kind of where we're at, Darren.
Good afternoon, Chairman Surdy, Vice Chair McClure, members of the Board of Supervisors. Under ARS 11805I, the board can make changes or alter any portion of the comprehensive plan or make suggestions for those changes at this meeting. However, statute requires, before any change is made at this point, that the portion of the plan proposed to be changed be re-referred to the commission for its recommendation, which may be accepted or rejected by the board. And so, as Mr. Billingsley suggested, this matter can either be approved or referred back to the P&Z. The issue is the other two items that are on the calendar today. The law also requires that the major comprehensive plan amendments be presented at the same hearing. And so we have two other amendments on the agenda today for consideration. What's not clear and what I could look into is whether or not this having been presented today, if perhaps it could be brought back at a future calendar date, because they were all presented today. But the risk then, of course, of referring this back to the P&Z is that it may not be able to be recalled, and it may have to be a part of next year's major comprehensive plan amendments.
And do we really lose that much if we lose a year? I mean, you're talking about how long some of these things take.
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead.
Well, so the next two items are tied to this item?
No, they're not tied to this item. However, the law requires that all major comprehensive plan amendments be presented at the same meeting. So here they're all being presented today, so they're not tied in substance, just in procedure. So procedurally, they're all on the calendar today. They're all being presented today, and so we're meeting that statutory requirement.
Well, I'm going to simplify the question, I guess. We turn down this. The other two come before us?
You can
pass, and we could pass
You
those.
can, yes, that's correct.
And that's because it's not tied to this.
That's correct.
And this that Supervisor Kavanaugh has presented could wait till next year.
It could. That's correct.
Or it could. I mean, I don't know. Crunch time between now and the end of December is compressed pretty well, but I mean, there is a chance that it could go before the Planning and Zoning Commission, these revisions, and then brought back to the Board of Supervisors before December 31st?
There's, I think, two questions there. Legally, can it be done? I'm not sure. I would have to look at that. For this item standing alone, it may be, but then secondly, procedurally, can it happen as a matter of timing? I don't know. We would have to play that by ear. Worst case scenario, it would have to be brought back as part of next year's amendments.
Mr. Chairman, I hope it helps, but regarding Mr. Kavanaugh's comments, my opinion is those would have to be brought back next year with a clean process because of all the advertisements and public hearings we've had to this point. Those have never been discussed properly with the public. So I would suggest those edits should come back as a major amendment next year.
So Mr. Chair, would that be a continuance then of this item? Or would that be to go that way, would that be a denial and then table until next year, or?
Mr. Chairman, Vice Chairman, members of the board, an option would be to pass the item as it's presented today with additional suggestions. If you don't want the way the item is presented to be passed as part of our comprehensive plan amendments today, it can be denied completely, or it can be accepted and approved with additional suggestions to be brought up for next year.
If I might weigh in on this, but part of the problem is if we approve this and we're looking at some of these items that have been presented by Supervisor Kavanaugh, or even those of us that have, like for instance, wind energy. That's something that we've discussed here on this board, and to even see it considered as part of our comprehensive plan based on what I've heard the other 5 board members say about wind energy is kind of shocking to me that that's even on here. And so I guess what I'm looking at here, and as we're having this discussion, to me it only stands to reason based on what you're saying is that we turn it down, that we look at this, have you guys consider these facts right here. And quite honestly, I'm not ready or prepared to make a decision on these changes myself. However, there's some good food of thought there that we need to be looking at. But the bottom line is where does it lead? So, for instance, if we prove this right here, and we've got somebody that wants to do wind energy, and we already kind of know that it may get turned down here, it's a waste of our tax dollars to even have that even presented, and then our staff having to be taxed with trying to work with the recipient or with the person that's presenting it. That's part of the problem.
Understood.
Chairman Sordi, I hope this is of assistance. The way that the document was rewritten based on previous comments from the board is it speaking to small-scale wind energy instead of large-scale. And we made that change not only because of what we heard from the board, but also what we heard from the Planning and Zoning Commission. We've had many, many meetings and work sessions we've probably rewritten this 6 times total to get to this point to try and address all those comments. My personal opinion is if you have some resistance to this particular item, then you probably should vote it down and we'll try again next year. If you recall, this item came forward last year and was turned down by the board, and that's why we've been through all the effort to rewrite it for this year. And it was quite a process going through the Planning and Zoning Commission, and as you saw, we got a 9-0 vote from the Planning and Zoning Commission in terms of the changes that we made.
Mr. Chair, if I might.
Yes.
So based on what I'm seeing here when it comes to wind energy, it's limited to what's on the building? Okay.
Small scale, yeah.
Okay. So, see, that's the part that maybe needs a little bit more clarification, because I don't want to close the window to somebody that's building a building and they can look at it from the perspective that it will help offset some of the cost through wind energy and setting those up. I think we should allow them to have that kind of flexibility to be able to do that if they're going to bear that expense and it's going to help them. It's like I've always said, when it comes to solar energy, our building industry needs to somehow incorporate this into the building and the construction. Things have changed dramatically when it comes to solar energy. And they're already out there doing stuff to homes that are currently in existence with solar panels. Mm-hmm. And so I don't want to limit that to the builders or to anybody else or to, anybody that wants to do that. So, but I do think that there needs to be some type of more flexibility when it comes to, I for one am not a big proponent of the big windmills or the windmill farms that are out there. Mm-hmm. I've got friends that have ranches up north and they've had those windmills in there and it's caused a lot of problems for them, regardless of the amount of money that's coming their way. So anyway, that's where I'm kind of looking at this.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Thank you. As it stands today, if I wanted to put if I have a commercial building and I want to put a little wind generator up, or I want a windmill on my farm, I can do that, correct?
So these projects basically, very specifically in the goals and objectives state these are small-scale renewable projects. The large-scale ones definitely will obviously go through the whole process at planning and zoning and this. But as far as wind energy is concerned, we were cognizant about the fact that we do not support the utility-scale wind energy projects.
But today, if I want a windmill on my farm, I can have it, I can put it up, there's no problem. Not scale on my farm, or there's if the college, in fact, I'm not sure if they already do have
the small ones. Yes, they do have
that. We already allow that.
That is what we are recognizing in this document, yes.
Okay.
To allow that.
Chairman, Supervisor, it's sort of a confusing question. So yes, if somebody has a farm property and they want to put a windmill on it, they're good. However, if you had a commercial business in a CB2 zoning district, you have to follow. So I guess we're kind of confusing the comp plan versus zoning. There may be a zoning issue having to do with height, having to do with that, whereas solar panels don't because they're attached to the roof or they're low sitting to the ground. They just have to meet setbacks. They could run into issues for a business trying to implement it. Really, the tool we're trying to provide here is just an easy, clean way of doing a review through the comp plan as to not require a comp plan amendment for somebody that wanted to do something like that, if that makes sense. Then they just have to deal with zoning. And as it stands now, we don't have the tools in the toolbox to deal with them.
I think the question is define small scale.
And if I may, Chairman, Vice Chair, members of the board, just one other point of legal clarification. The board would be within its legal right to delete portions of the proposed amendments, just not add to them today. Because if you delete them, you're not changing the comprehensive plan in terms of what's being deleted. It's staying the same. And so you can delete but not add. If you add, that's what triggers the requirement to go back to the Planning and Zoning Commission.
But the deletions have to be to what is proposed, not the plan itself.
Exactly. As Mr. Billingsley corrected me, the deletions have to be with what's proposed to be changed as opposed to deleting items in the comprehensive plan today.
Go ahead.
No, so just for clarification on this document that we're looking at, you could strike those certain things but just not add the four or five issues.
Yes, you can strike just with respect to what's being proposed to be changed today, but not the document itself.
Just make it skinnier, not fatter, right?
Right, and only skinnier with respect to what's being proposed, not what exists.
What's our next move here? So we've done 10, 11, and 12. We haven't heard from Glenn yet.
Is anybody from the public wanted to comment on this?
These are all public hearings. Does anyone want to weigh in on these? The public all left. This is all staff and yeah. So hearing and seeing none, I will close the public hearing. 10, right? So we'll still have to have it on the other two. Any motions? We want to let it die a natural death, or what? I think we need a motion.
My motion, I think, would be to postpone the decision on this until December 6th, so the board has more time to review the potential strikes.
So continue it?
Continue.
To December 6th?
Yes.
Yes.
This particular one? I'm good with that for now, because so I can really understand what we can and can't do. It's still a little...
That sounded like a second.
That's a second.
So,
To continue.
all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
And just confirming, Chairman, if I may, that is with the public hearing remaining open.
Sure.
Closed the public hearing on that one, didn't I?
Correct. So that's why, for the record, I'm stating if we are going to continue it, or we're continuing it with that public hearing still open, because we did close the public
Yes.
hearing. Okay.
Yeah.
So the public hearing remains
For
open.
sure. Okay. On item number 11.
Did you need a roll call?
I'm sorry. If we can, I don't know if we voted on that item or not. I did hear the motion. I did hear the second, but I do not think that we voted on the item.
Do you want a roll call on that for the continuance?
Let's do it again then.
No, I said aye. Okay. So I said that sounded like a second. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? No. So, yes. Unanimous.
Okay.
Public hearing is still open. On to item number 11.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the board. My name is Patrick Roberts, Senior Planner. I'm going to be presenting case PZPA 00923 for Cielo Solar. This is a proposal to request to approve a major comprehensive plan amendment to redesignate 1,086 acres from moderate low density residential and employment to green energy production. The location of this property is south of East Laughlin Road, north of Selma Highway, west of South Highway 87, and on both sides of South La Palma Road in the unincorporated area of Pinal County near Coolidge, Arizona. The owners are Hacielo LLC, and the applicant is Pattern Solar and Storage Development LLC, Representative Amy Smolin.
And then after that, we still have another, yeah, so.
This is a location map showing the approximate area where this solar project is being located in the county, just south of Coolidge. This is a map of the existing land use designations in the area with a total of 380 acres of moderate low density residential proposed to be changed, and 706 acres of employment to be redesignated. This is a map of the surrounding area, including zoning designations. Most of the surrounding zoning is GR, General Rural. It is directly adjacent to City of Coolidge as well, and follows their zoning designations. This is an aerial looking down at the site. So current conditions of the site, it's a relatively flat topography, excuse me. It's existing agricultural land being proposed for redesignation. The proposal is to provide solar generation up to 150 megawatts of photovoltaic energy to include a solar array field, battery energy storage systems, project substation, a generation tie-in transmission line, and all of these development items are scheduled to be commercially operational as of late 2026. So staff has received comments from internally from the Pinal County Open Space and Trails Department with following recommendations, proposing to provide a regional trail referring to the Open Space and Recreation Area Design Manual for Rural Trail Development, and provide a 24-foot trail width along that regional trail. Along the Casa Grande Canal, they would like to provide a 25-foot buffer around canal space to retain wildlife movement corridors and to coordinate directly with Arizona Game and Fish before, during, and after site installation. Staff also received comments from the City of Coolidge from two representatives, Gilbert Lopez, Development Services Director, stating the Coolidge General Plan does not support utility-scale solar in this location. The project exceeds a 16% solar overlay zone voter initiative. John Thompson, the mayor of Coolidge, also mentioned solar expansions within the Coolidge planning area. This also conflicts with the 16% solar overlay zone. Opposition was received from Coolidge residents to similar solar projects within their jurisdiction. Staff received public comments by mail from a resident concerned by life safety aspects, including lead and cadmium leaks and heat radiation. At the October 19th Planning and Zoning Commission public hearing, 6 members of the public spoke in opposition to this project. No supporting comments were shared. In addition to that, as of this morning, we received 3 additional letters of opposition to this case. We have that available if the board would like to peruse these. So items for discussion. The proposed change in land use to green energy production results in a loss of opportunity for future potential commercial uses for the 706 acres of employment, which is approximately 65% of the site. The location of the project area is conducive to commercial developments due to the proximity to Highway 87 and I-10. The historic canal to the south of the parcel has a multi-use trail corridor requiring pedestrian linkages from neighboring land uses of residential development. The use is temporary and has less potential county benefit than a permanent industrial or commercial park. Best storage uses, the battery energy storage systems, have introduced conversations regarding project permanence and failure potential. At the Pinal County Planning and Zoning Commission on October 19th, the Planning and Zoning Commission recommended denial 9-0. Staff likewise offers a recommendation of denial based on the items discussed during this case. And at this time, does the board have any questions for staff?
Any questions or discussion? Go ahead.
If I might. You know, we've approved quite a few of these, and I think we've had our work session last week where we were discussing that. Can you provide us with, at some point here, within the real near future, with where a lot of those sites that we've already approved over the last 4 or 5 years, because some of them aren't built yet?
Yeah, we'd be able to provide a list of those completed sites.
We have the list and the maps that was in the presentation last week. We'll send that back out.
We have both the list and the maps, and we can send those back out.
Okay, yeah. That, I think for me personally, that would be helpful to me to look at. And then I know in today's environment with the things that are going on, we're having to shut down the coal-producing power plants and things of that nature, and everybody's trying to look at the broader part of what needs to happen here, what we can, so we can avoid any kind of blackouts or anything like that. I think that would be good. And then the question I have is even, and I think maybe that's I'll bring that up for future agenda items. So thank you.
Natasha, we still need to have a public hearing on this item as well, or did we? Yeah, so this is a public hearing. Would anyone like to speak on this?
Good morning. I'm Rick Miller, City Manager, City of Coolidge. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on this proposal. I'd like to thank your staff for keeping us informed of what's going on in the area around Coolidge. We appreciate the communication. You did hear from the staff person about the 2 letters that were sent on behalf of the City of Coolidge from our city mayor, Mayor John Thompson, as well as Gilbert Lopez, who's in the audience here as well this morning. We have spent a long time talking about renewable energy in our community. There's been a lot of conversations, a lot of debate. We have 16% of our planning area boundary right now currently devoted to renewable energy. I think it's fair to say that the City of Coolidge is not anti-renewable energy. We believe, and the citizens are beginning to say, we have enough. You asked for a map, and I think I was here last week when you had the presentation by the staff about the solar. And in our community, we have abundant solar in our planning area boundary that's already been approved. It was approved through a very lengthy process, conditional use permits, and more recently, the citizens got very engaged and said, we really want to limit the number of solar arrays that are in our planning area boundary. And so they developed through the Planning Commission and Council solar overlay zones where we as a city and the citizens in the area have identified those areas, that's 16% of the area, that is appropriate for solar. We just, at this point, don't want to see additional solar in our area. We think that there is a balance. Our current comprehensive plan, which is a general plan, your comprehensive plan, are very much compatible today. We have a plan that says that this area is best suited for urban neighborhood, which allows for your residential, commercial, your employment types of uses along State Highway, Highway 87. We don't, and our current plan doesn't allow for this type of renewable energy, utility scale renewable energy of this sort. So our plans are currently compatible. If you choose to change it, our plans are incompatible. So we'd rather have you go along with what our plan states and to allow for the commercial development, residential development. We potentially are going to see some requests in the future for large-scale industrial in this area. As you know, we've been very successful in Coolidge with Procter & Gamble making a recent announcement, Nikola Motor Company. We work regularly with other companies in this region that want to put in large employment manufacturing facilities. And I think changing this land use classification in this area in your comprehensive plan would be counter to us being able to entertain some of this industrial development going forward in the future. Happy to answer any questions for you, but thank you for your time.
Yeah, we can't just interact in public hearings.
Okay, thank you.
And I apologize. I went a little bit out of order. I actually need to allow Stephen Stoddard to present on this.
Good afternoon, Chairman Surdy and Board. My name is actually Matt Kowalski with Pattern Energy. My colleague Stephen Stoddard is here in the room, but I'll be presenting today. I'm a project development manager at Pattern Energy. Pattern Energy would be the company building Cielo Solar, which is on the agenda today. Here today for a major comprehensive plan amendment to redesignate moderate low density and employment designation on this project footprint to green energy production. So just a quick intro on Pattern Energy. We're a large-scale renewable developer in North America. You can see our 30 projects on the map here. We use proven best-in-class technology at all of our sites, and we have robust community benefits programs at all of these sites. To introduce ourselves to the community this year, we actually sponsored the main stage of the Pinal County Fair, as well as the livestock auction. And I actually had the pleasure of attending the fair in person Friday through Sunday. I actually manned that booth and spoke with members of the public and gave them information on Pattern Energy and renewables in Pinal. Am I able to change the slides? Okay. So what Cielo brings to Pinal County if it were to be built, it would bring reliable energy through the BESS system, battery energy storage system, and low-cost power generation based on where this project is being built and its attributes. It would bring 200 to 250 jobs during construction. It would be about a year of construction. It would bring multiple permanent jobs, operations and maintenance jobs on the site. In addition to job creation, other economic development versus the current land use, it would generate millions in additional property taxes versus the current agricultural land use. And it would vastly reduce water usage on the site. And then finally, it would provide a foundation to support this new wave of economic growth that's hungry for renewable energy in Pinal. Finally, it would bring a good neighbor to the county. We're open to feedback and incorporating feedback to the project. We came out to the public and county staff last year with our initial plan. I actually knocked on the doors for the residents to the north of the project, met with them as well at a neighborhood meeting last August, and based on their feedback, we adjusted our layout this year for the current permitting cycle. You can see those adjustments on this slide in purple and in green. In purple specifically, those setbacks are additional setbacks that we commit to well beyond the county mandated setback requirements from that road up there and that fence line up there to help ensure that these panels are not right in the faces of residents as they step out or drive up and down that road. These are the approval criteria as set forth in the Pinal County Comprehensive Plan for major comprehensive plan amendments. So throughout my slides today, my presentation today, I'll go through on why Cielo Solar is an appropriate use for this location and how it constitutes an overall improvement to the county and does not adversely impact any portion of the county. So this is a zoomed out map of the Cielo Solar location. Cielo is shown in red. Off to the west is Casa Grande, and off to the north you can kind of see the southern edge of Coolidge. To the south is Eloy. Picacho Reservoir is kind of that gray blob on the eastern side. Cielo Solar, as you can see, is surrounded by a sea of solar projects, whether built or to be built in the future. Not shown on this slide is an additional solar project just to the south of Cielo, right across Selma Highway on the southern border of Cielo Solar. I wasn't aware that there was an approval in Coolidge for these solar projects to move forward until just a couple weeks ago. So why are all these solar projects being built here? It's because it's a low-cost area to build. There's rich transmission infrastructure. The Pinal Central Substation is a massive substation that all of these solar projects plug into. The land is already flat, and it's historically agricultural use, so there's minimal environmental impacts. That all translates to lower build costs for developers like Pattern coming in here to build solar, and means that we can demand lower power prices from utilities like SRP or APS in order to make the same returns. This slide was really influential in the Citizens Advisory Committee hearing a couple months back. We got stuck on this slide for about 20 minutes. There was good debate back and forth. And at the end of the day, 6 of the 10 members of the Citizens Advisory Committee decided that they wanted to give an approval recommendation to planning and zoning based on this. They saw all the solar in the area. They felt solar was an appropriate use here, and that areas around this area would be left open for other types of development if solar were to be placed here. Solar has a minimal environmental impact. We've seen no sensitive biological resources, surface waters, wetlands, or endangered species on this site. Solar facilities do not produce harmful emissions. For the battery energy storage system, we commit to vetting all of our vendors rigorously and only selecting Tier 1 vendors with a proven safety record. I've already personally met with Rural Metro, who would be the firefighters in charge of any safety plans here. We'd be working with them if the project advances to the pad process next year. It was a good introduction. They're happy to work with us, and we let them know if they need any training, we're happy to provide. We commit to continue working with residents as we progress our design, and we continue to work with open spaces and trails. I've also already spoken with them regarding the proposed multi-use trail along the southern portion of the site. Right now, it's used for equestrian purposes, horseback riding. We commit to allowing that to continue. We're not going to put fence lines along the edge of our property, so that free flow of recreation can be maintained. And then from a wildlife perspective, wildlife will still be able to navigate that corridor. Switching from the current use to solar would greatly reduce water usage. Currently, the site is tenant farmed, and through conversations with that tenant farmer, I know that last year about 3,000 acre-feet of water were used on this site, and if solar were put in place, we'd be using about 2 acre-feet. To me, the main economic benefit to Pinal County for solar is the substantial property tax boost. And keep in mind here that with this substantial property tax boost, we're not adding to the utility costs for the county. We're not having to run sewer. We're not having to run any of those utilities that might be needed for a commercial or industrial development. So I spoke with the chief deputy assessor as well as his point of contact at the Arizona Department of Revenue, and I felt that the best way to package this information for you was to look at actual property tax information instead of giving you my forecast for what Cielo Solar could bring in. So I looked around, and luckily the site is surrounded by solar, so I found the East Line Solar Project just to the southwest, and the project was constructed in 2021, so I was able to see before the project was constructed, they paid $17,000 in property taxes. Following completion, they paid $375,000. So a substantial boost to property taxes on this 300-acre portion of land. That's $100,000 extra to Pinal County, $75,000 extra to the high school, $60,000 extra to the junior college. The firefighters, the libraries, they also got more money here. So looking at Cielo Solar, a 900-acre development, we'd be talking about 3 times this type of jump. Right now, Cielo is paying about $40,000 a year in property taxes. We'd be paying between $800,000 in the first couple of years down to about $300,000 in the last couple of years of this 30-year project life. Finally, more broadly, Cielo would support the economic growth that Pinal is currently experiencing. The population's booming in Pinal. It's attracting businesses that are hungry for renewable energy. I put up some companies here that are coming to the area, like LG Energy, P&G, Owens Corning. They're all targeting 100% renewable energy at each of their facilities by 2030. Additionally, Arizona utilities, SRP, TEP, and APS have all committed to a substantial build-out of renewable generation. SRP alone plans to triple their renewables and storage by 2035. So Cielo could bring low cost due to its location, reliable due to its battery, renewable generation to help serve all of this booming local demand. Based on feedback from county staff last year with concern about the project being located near Selma Highway and State Route 87, I'm committing to further setbacks beyond the county mandated highway setback requirements along both Selma Highway and State Route 87. And Pattern is willing to work with any individuals or businesses that may want to locate along those corridors. So to wrap it up, the project site is far from the current growth areas of Casa Grande and Coolidge and would bring property tax benefits to the county now. In the last couple days, I did receive a letter of support for solar broadly in the county from Tony Smith, president of Pinal Partnership. I'd just like to read a couple sentences of that, and then I'll hand it over to the clerk to be entered into the record. Tony says, solar and battery energy storage systems represent an opportunity to bring billions of dollars of investment to Pinal County while creating significant tax revenue streams that will support the county, our cities, our schools, and numerous taxing districts for decades into the future. Importantly, solar energy and battery energy storage require almost no water and are interim land uses that can make way for future uses when the time is right. Pinal County is home to significant transmission infrastructure that makes Pinal County the perfect place to inject clean energy into Arizona's grid, and this infrastructure creates tremendous opportunity for investment. Pinal County has long been home to several traditional thermal power plants, and solar and battery energy storage present an opportunity for the county to modernize, expand, and continue to capture the rewards of the energy generation industry. Thank you.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
I just wanted to clarify, you do have the ability to engage and ask questions with any of the presenters because this is a public hearing as opposed to a call to the public. So this one is properly agendized so that you can have that kind of interaction.
Okay. Does anyone have any questions of the presenter? And I still have the public hearing open because I went out of order.
Supervisor Miller has.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Your tax revenue portion of your presentation here, did that include personal property tax on the equipment? Is that included in those numbers?
So for the Eastline Solar, for example, the $375,000, about a third of that is specific to the land itself, and about 2/3 of that is specific to the equipment.
To the equipment. Okay. So that's been calculated in. And did I hear you that there, as far as infrastructure, there's no sewer out there. There's not, and it looks like it's probably about 6 miles south of Coolidge.
Yeah, just
proper.
about. Yep.
Okay. That's it for now.
Okay. So the public hearing is still open if anyone else would like to speak on this. Hearing and seeing none.
Looks like you got some.
Yep.
Hi, Brenda McBath, V Hill, and I'm a resident in the area. This proposal, I already have 3 high transmission lines on one side. This proposal will put the solar and the batteries all the way around me. And so I just would like to point out a couple of the items that I feel we need more studies and research before we cover more of our Pinal County land with solar farms. We need to be good stewards We don't want to make it uninhabitable. I'd like to know what the disposal plan are, what it includes. You can't just throw in a landfill. What are they going to do with them? They are going to break. They do have a lifetime. And without crops, there will be no photosynthesis, which means no cleaning of the air, and we just keep putting more and more out. You ask that you'd like to see a map with everything that's around, and it's unbelievable. Every direction you go out there, there's solar farm, solar farm, solar farm. How they plan to put any businesses out there, I don't know. Now I'm going to go to dust. It's been a daily complaint with us right now with the dust that's coming in. When they're through, okay, they're going to use less water, but what about the dust? There's nothing planted underneath. That's a large wind area. We have haboobs. We have really bad dust storms. They already have to close 87. The freeway, a lot of those roads have to be closed because of dust. And I question, there are many residents out there. Is it too close to us? We really don't know that answer yet, and I don't think we're going to know for years. So I just appeal to you to look at the amount that is already there and what we're going to continue to do. And I thank you.
Thanks. Anyone else?
Good. We're almost evening time here. Well, we are. I did a thesis, this is Barry McCain. I did a thesis on solar energy. And I think we vetted it last week thoroughly that we can even grow crops with solar energy. As far as the harm being done to the land, it's not happening. Within 25 feet, you won't feel any heat. I think that was vetted very much. And I agree with Tony Smith that we could be selling this energy to other states. We're not doing that. So the more we go on to solar, it's going to be really important for employment. It's going to be very important in many different areas. It'll cost us more if we don't go to solar. It's not going to hurt the environment. It's not going to hurt our friends who have they have neighbors won't know the difference. And it was brought out that the solar cells couldn't be broken and harm anything, and plus it doesn't even stop the sun from getting to the crops. So I don't see where there'd be anything better than solar in Pinal County. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Gilbert Lopez. I'm the Economic Development Director and Community Development Director for the City of Coolidge, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. I just want to add a couple things. Chairman Surtee, Board of Supervisor members, we also have out there, I know it was mentioned, there's nothing, any sewer or anything close by, but Global Water is providing services, infrastructure to Nicola, Procter & Gamble, and all those, so it's just directly south of this area. It's south east, so they may be able to actually go up and provide services as they expand the area and do that. And also St. Holdings has some commercial property right up against this that they're proposing to do some commercial activities on. So those are the developers of bypass the inland port Arizona, where all these infrastructure are located. Also, I just want to mention the taxes. We've looked at this also and taxes it brings, but one thing that we understand happens, and we can look into it a little further, is on the equipment. I think the state through the incentives, allows an accelerated depreciation. And so while it starts with a pretty high number, it's like farming or some of the other things that actually depreciates quickly, and then within so many years, it drops down to about the ag status. So just so you're aware of that, that's what we understand looking at this. And I'll answer any questions you may have. Like Rick mentioned, that 16% of our area is already in solar. Our general plan was approved by our voters, so we have that maximum right now. Any questions you may have, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Mr. Goodman.
Yeah, thank you. You mentioned that there's an industrial or a company that's looking at some property next to it. Did I understand you correctly?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Chairman Surtee, Supervisor Goodman, it's actually St. Solar that developed the iPads. They actually own property next to this and to the south of this. So they're Jakob Anderson in that group.
And is it related to the solar, or is it related to some other type of industry?
No, it's just commercial. Yeah.
Okay, so it's commercial.
Right.
So, and I know with a lot of the commercial projects that are out there, when it comes to economic development, one of the biggest things they look for is power and the sustainability of that power. So could it be that they're looking at that area because of the solar facilities that are there currently?
I know we work closely with APS and Supervisor Goodman, and I know the power that we're looking at now, APS is bringing in some pretty big lines from the substation to the south near Eloy up to power iPads, because we've had some requests. As you know, Pinal County is a great partner of the city in roadways and all that, so we work together with Pinal County's economic development staff. So power is coming in from APS, and it's being brought in through some fairly large 69 kV lines. There's one coming from the Erica substation, another one coming from the Milligan south, and they're working on line sighting right now with that. And I don't know that these solar would actually connect to the grid and supply them directly. I think they're already spoken for. A lot of these that we have already, the power is being sold to City of Phoenix, to the other facilities, throughout the valley. I know they can probably tell you who they're selling, because usually they don't build these unless they have a customer. Okay. I mean, it's pretty common.
Steve.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Gilbert, on a couple of things. To the accelerated depreciation and the tax, as I understand it, though, they don't drop down to the 2.5% that ag will drop down to. They only drop down to 10%. It has a floor, is how it was explained to me.
Okay.
So it does have a higher bottom than the others, just for clarification there. Don't know what that really means, but I just want to be clear on that, because it is a tax revenue scenario.
Right.
And on that, I know that quite a bit of IPAS is been incorporated by the city of Coolidge. Is that land that's south of there in part of that annexation that you guys did with IPAS, which would be to the west side of the highway, I am assuming? I hate using that word. It's a horrible word.
Chairman Surtee, Supervisor Miller, yes, we have property in the city limits to the south of this, and then across across of 87. We're also all the way down, because we have solar there, St. Solar, and then to north of that is Story Solar, to north of that is Brittlebush,
Sure.
and then directly south of that on the east side is IPAS, which goes down to Hauser Road. And so,
okay.
And then we have also on the other side, just south of this, we have Selma Solar, Corman Solar, Eastline Solar that he highlighted, all the way up to Lamont Corner.
Right. Okay, well, I just want to make a couple of comments because of all the emails, and I kind of consider those emails as public comment that have come into us over the last few days. We were told last week that we don't know really how much power Pinal County uses because of the large industrial base that we really do have for a county of this size. And granted, it is mostly over in the Casa Grande area, although there's more and more developing towards the Coolidge area. But if you looked at a per capita, I mean, if we were able to get that number, we're using more than most. And I would tell you, we're importing most of our electricity that's being used on a daily basis. We couldn't produce all the need in Pinal County. Because if you take in the Lucids, the Kohler, the Ross Lab, the Frito-Lays, the Nikola, you just start adding up all that stuff. We consume a lot of electricity in Pinal County. Those numbers aren't public. They're guarded, and for business reasons, I totally understand that. But if you still really analyze, and there's no way the idea that you can track an electron that gets dumped onto the grid and where it went and who got to use it would be like trying to follow a raindrop on the side of a mountain that hits the Colorado and then finds its way into the CAP. It's not possible. So it's because it's a very similar pattern kind of thing. As far as the toxic stuff that comes off of solar panels, where's the class action lawsuits? Because there's thousands and thousands of panels that are leaking onto people's property, into the front yard and into their backyard, into their swimming pool, and I don't know, I haven't seen any. So but what's here, what's being told to us as board, and I represent a constituency out of Coolidge, we don't care what it is. If it's solar, we don't want it. And it's just that. That's where we're at. And that's kind of the line that's been drawn. Why this one hit a denial and the next one was approved, I'll never understand. But anyway, those are just some things that bother me as we go through all of this stuff. I just am kind of a property rights kind of guy. And but we're going to pick and choose where and when we have a winner or a loser type of thing when we do this, when we make these kind of decisions. So thank you, Gilberto.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Mr. Goodman has a question of the presenter.
Well, I think we have another. Is this public?
Oh, another public. Go ahead.
That's coming up.
No. Somebody behind you.
Do you have a question for Gilbert?
No, but the applicant, whenever the time's right.
Wore out the batteries.
Good afternoon now. My name's Tom Bagnall. I live at 7443 South Sunshine Boulevard. I currently have a solar farm courtesy of Pinal County to the south of me. I have a solar farm that's being built to the west of my home, right across the road, courtesy of the city of Coolidge. The Veals are going to be living with this right across from them. The difference between the Veals and myself and these folks here with Pattern, we live here. And that has to be taken into account. When you're talking about private property rights, it just doesn't mean the person that wants to do the project. It also means the person that is living adjacent to it. That's why we have planning and zoning. We have hearings and things of this nature. It's got to be a fair process, and you have to take into consideration everybody, including those properties next and the people that live next door. I was fighting the battle alone. Then all of a sudden, the city of Coolidge woke up, and everybody didn't want it. Didn't want any more of it. And I think the city has spoken loud and clear. And they said, enough is enough. This is in our planning area. Keep it out of our planning area. And there's a lot of things that go with this that just don't make sense. I think a lot of you gentlemen consider yourselves to be fiscal conservatives. Well, this thing is, the subsidies and the tax credits are huge. That's why Ørsted, who is doing the project to the west of me, they're based out of Denmark. They're here getting on the bandwagon now because it's highly profitable. All the money they give back to us in taxes, they probably take it right off the top of the subsidies first, and then they pay it in the taxes. So I just ask you, take that into consideration. We live here. Help us out. Protect us. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Mr. Chairman, I have a question for Rick Miller.
Okay.
The company said that they contacted the fire departments and examined some of the concerns about whether it's battery storage and other things. Have you looked at the emergency response to any issues out there, and is that a concern for the city?
Well, I can tell you this company didn't talk to our fire department or us individually as a city about their project. I think they knew what our answer would be, first of all. Our fire chief is extremely concerned about the
Out of time.
battery electric. That was quick. Trap door is going to open. I'm going to fall through the floor. Our fire department is really getting concerned about battery electric storage facilities. Obviously, there's a number of concerns that he's expressed related to the battery storage and the ability to put out a fire in a battery storage container. You really can't put them out with water. You have to bury them. Fortunately, we don't have a lot now, but we have companies. I think there's a company in Casa Grande. We have a company now that's mass producing vehicles that use batteries, and we've had an experience with battery fires. And he is very concerned about the batteries and the future potential for fires. Fortunately, in some of these areas, they're not right next to the homes, but he is very concerned. I think Councilmember Bagnall and a resident in our area, spoke very, very eloquently here. We aren't opposed to renewable energy. I appreciate Tony Smith's concern to you and his support for solar and renewable energy. We support it as well. It needs to be balanced and spread out. You have another case later after this, where there's one further south of Casa Grande. If they want them in Maricopa and Casa Grande and spread this wealth around Pinal County so it's all not just dumped in one location, we're supportive of those ideas. We just have enough.
And according to the map, and there's a PDF I sent, maybe for the benefit of the public, if you can display that map, Natasha, of the city of Coolidge, it essentially surrounds this area, and this abuts the city of Coolidge, but it's still in your planning area. If you scroll down,
this property does abut our city limits. There's on three sides, not to the west. We have in our plan and in the approvals a large-scale solar project immediately adjacent to this to the south. It's not yet developed. You add this to it, it's just going to expand acres and acres. I had a guy say that he flies over the area now, and that's all he sees is a sea of solar arrays.
And could you address Mr. Miller's concern that we approve some and not others, and how not approving this would be fair to this company?
It's a good question. We were approving them until we had a huge public outcry, and we said no more. And that's what we're asking you to do, is say no more in our planning area. I think that, unfortunately for this company, they came in after all these other approvals were given, and to add this solar array to the project and increase our total land mass to over 20% perhaps of solar is not the right thing. So, and it's a timing issue for them. If they were in early, they probably would have got approval. But we're being inundated by solar, and you'll continue to get inundated by solar unless there's certain standards that you're going to put in place. Eloy's looking at the same thing that we're looking at. They were hammered by solar companies. They had to go out and identify locations where they felt solar would be best suited with the least amount of impact. The same thing we did. You're having to have the same questions asked here, too. You're going to be inundated if you don't decide where they should go and where they shouldn't go. We say enough is enough in our area, in our planning area boundary, and we really appreciate your support of the Planning Commission's recommendation on a 9-0 denial of this request. There may be a better location for it. We are probably the largest energy producer in Pinal County in the state of Arizona. If you look at the two large-scale fossil fuel natural gas peaking plants that APS and SRP have, they're expanding those. One, Randolph community was extremely opposed. They finally supported it. They got a lot of revenue off of the company to gain their support. But they're adding 12 new turbines to that facility. APS is going to add 2 additional turbines to theirs. Power is being produced in our area like nowhere else. And it will support the manufacturing that's here and that will continue to come here. But we want to reserve some land for some of that manufacturing and the job creators. So that's really important to us.
Yeah, and it's right on 287.
Right on the highway. I believe that we've approved a lot, and maybe in locations, had we to do all over again after hearing the outcry, we probably would have changed our mind. We got behind the 8 ball until the community stepped up. The voters said, no more council, no more planning commission, no more city staff. We don't need the support. I talk to people all the time that come in thinking about doing this. I was doing it regularly anymore. No one comes in. They just know our position. They don't bother us anymore with solar.
Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask?
Yes.
Mr. Miller, just quick. I can't read the legend on here. So is the orange in the city limits? Or where's the planning area?
The brick color area is our current city limits boundary. This map doesn't reflect the planning area boundary.
Oh, it doesn't?
It's much larger than that, and the planning area boundary is bigger than what you're seeing. But that's our city limits.
That's the city limits. Doesn't show the planning area.
Correct.
Okay.
That's showing probably Eloy in the darker gray color. Ours is the brick red. You see the Gila River Indian community up there in the far northwest corner. So it's not our planning. Our planning area boundary is much larger than the city limits. This property is not in our city limits, but it's absolutely in the planning area boundary, surrounded on 3 sides by our existing city limits.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
Mike, you wanted to hear from the applicant?
If I could. But just a quick comment of what was being said. We already are being inundated by a lot of these projects. So just as my brother-in-law used to say, too late. There was one of the landowners that are out there. She brought up something that was interesting to me, and I just wanted to get your input on this and then maybe some things, direction to give to our staff down the road. But she mentioned that there's dust and things of that nature. Could you, because we have a big issue with dust in our county, can you address that and what some of the things that you guys are doing to help mitigate that? And then staff, whenever you get a chance, we have something in place that our dust control is working with the other solar providers? So with that, please.
Yeah, so the project has not developed to the point where we have a revegetation plan in place. That would be, if we progress to the pad process, we would progress our design to that point. Right now, we're just looking for the land use change, and we're keeping our development spend as low as possible until we get a green light to advance the design. To another point that was made earlier, we also don't have someone lined up to buy the power yet because we haven't developed the project to that point yet either. I know from driving around the area, most of these sites are just dirt underneath the panels, and like you're not watering that dirt to keep the dust down because that's an added maintenance cost. Some of these panels are bifacial, so they actually take the sun in from the top but also the bottom. So the developers of those sites are economically incentivized to keep the ground clear in order to get more of that reflected light on the bottom of the panels. We have not picked our panel technology yet. Like I said, we have not progressed to the point where we have a revegetated plan, but we're happy to work with the county if there are requirements that they'd like to put in place next year to help kind of be more proactive for these types of issues.
Okay. Steve. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Actually, this may be more of a question for staff, but you brought up the fact that you don't even have a place to unload this, or you don't have a buyer yet of your electricity if you built this, and you're going to have that in place before you build anything.
That's right.
So, but my question to this whole process is, let's go 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, you haven't built it yet. Does anything revert back as far as the land use, or because this is a comprehensive plan change, so I guess we're changing it to production of solar panels, but there's no buyers all of a sudden, or it just doesn't pan out, it doesn't pencil out. It's going to either make money or it's not going to make money. What happens to the land at that point? And I mean, I'm going to speculate that you probably haven't really even purchased it. I mean, at this point in time. So what happens to this layer that we've placed on this property and nothing takes place for 3, 4, 5 years? What happens then?
Well, remember, a great question. You're right. This is a layer that identifies the area only as suitable for green energy. That's it. If it's not used, which actually is quite common, there's properties that get this layer, as you said, placed on there. They can come back and they can be amended. This is a process where they come back to you and they amend it to something else. So it doesn't. What's hard in regards to uses is the current zoning they have today. That doesn't change today. So whatever the hard zoning is today, even if this decision is made, those rules apply today. But this doesn't change that. It just stops any future projects from moving forward in regards to possible industrial. But once again, a lot of the details you've asked about are going to be covered at the zoning level.
Yeah. So it retains its zoning
Yes.
category at this point in time.
Yes.
And again, if it doesn't change, the comprehensive plan could be amended again, I guess.
Yes, sir.
It could be cut out of
Yes, sir.
solar production in the future.
Yeah, the focus today is
And I think that's important for the folks in the audience to know, because probably the question that we haven't really asked for staff to identify, which ones are built and which ones have been approved and not built. You know, that's a map I'd really like to see as well.
And as mentioned earlier, we have the information for you. We'll provide it to you. So you can have that. It's a useful tool. It doesn't just focus on the county, but it focuses on the cities within the county.
That's two different things. And
yeah, we have that information.
Mike.
Thank you. So with that, along with what the direction Supervisor Miller's taken, is there a stipulation that we can put on there that would state that if it's not done or something to that nature within a certain time frame, that it doesn't change, or that it needs to come back to go back? Can we?
I would check with the attorney, but typically for his comprehensive plans, we don't add stipulations because our process gets reviewed every 10 years as required by statute. So no, typically we for overlays, for designations, no, that's not something that we typically do because it's just a policy as mentioned earlier.
So you're not giving us the flexibility. We have to go through this process all over again to convert it back. Okay.
So it's a sticky wicket both directions. What Supervisor Miller brought up was the concept of reversion. So reversionary zoning has a lot of legal implications. You can't zone something and says it reverts to something else after a time period. That becomes very complicated and very much a legal issue. The comp plan is not zoning. It truly is a plan. So if the change is made to make this green energy, there's no way for that to revert back short of another amendment in the future. Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So did I close the public hearing?
Not yet.
Okay. Is anyone else want to speak? If not, I will close the public hearing and ask for a motion.
Mr. Chairman, based on the input, the recommendation from planning and zoning, the citizens, my motion would be the disapproval of item number 11.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Roll call, isn't it?
Want a roll call?
Yes, Chairman.
Do a roll call.
Thank you. Supervisor Kavanaugh?
Aye on the motion.
Supervisor Goodman?
I'm going to say aye.
Supervisor Miller?
Aye.
Vice Chairman
Aye.
and Chairman?
Aye.
Motion passes.
Okay. And I'm going to apologize, item 12, but we're going to take our 12:30 break because we're getting low blood sugar and we just we can't concentrate as well if we're distracted. So Going to call us back into session. We're on item number 12. Public hearing, discussion, approval, disapproval, 2023 PZPA 01023.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, board members. So just for the record, as we're getting to the slideshow here, I just received from the applicant here the wet signed 207 waivers, and so I'll be presenting that to the clerk. And so PZPA 01023 is a proposal for a major comprehensive plan amendment in the Casa Grande area, originally to redesignate 805.36 acres from MLDR, moderate low density residential, to green energy. The area was initially 955 and some change acres proposed. It was reduced to 805.36 acres with the removal of a parcel that was designated employment. So the location is at the intersection of Corman Road and Bianco Road on the west side of the southwestern Casa Grande area, north of Interstate 8. There's 4 owners of the property, and the applicant is Casa Grande Carmel Solar. This shows you the general location, so you're southwest of the bulk of Casa Grande. And again, here's an exhibit here that was updated here to exempt that. You'll see the southern property that has the ramp going through it. That was the part that was accepted. So then that's no longer part of, and that was designated employment. And so this here shows you a cleaner case map of the project area, overlaying aerial, and you'll notice the significant wash to the east. There was some consideration taken for the riparian habitat that there is in that upper right-hand corner of the property. And also here you have an updated map from the applicant, and it shows you the flood area. So current conditions, relatively flat topography, little vegetation, anticipated generation of up to 96 megawatts of solar energy, which this would consist of an array of photovoltaic modules as well as a BESS substation and a transmission tie line. Anticipated data completion, if approved, is somewhere towards the end of 26. Items for consideration: the applicant removed just under 150 acres, and so that left unchanged land use with future potential commercial. Casa Grande does not oppose the request. It is also consistent with Casa Grande's general plan that encourages large solar facilities in that area. They also worked with the county engineer for right-of-way dedications. And so staff would be happy to entertain any questions the board may have, and the applicant will have a presentation as well.
Would you please just back up to the map of where it is real quick? Just I'm trying to.
So there you have the 8 there to the south.
Right.
And more generally, here's your general area.
I was just looking at the residential that's there, but there's not a whole lot of residential there. It's pretty sparse.
Near Interstate 8 then.
So there is here, and you can see that somewhat in this map, there's a subdivision that was platted quite a long time ago that never materialized. And so that's to the west of the project area, to the south.
There's no homes there.
No homes. It's bare dirt.
I'm looking at it. Okay, thank you.
We ready to hear from the applicant?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman and Supervisors. Again, for your records, my name is Carolyn Oberholzer with Bergen, Frake, Smalley, and Oberholzer, 4343 East Camelback, here on behalf of EDP Renewables. So thank you very much for the time you've taken today. I owe a big thank you to staff because, as they mentioned, this project originally started as just over 950 acres. And then as we worked through their comments and the comments of the surrounding agencies, it became clear that we needed to reduce the acreage and eliminate the request to change the employment portion that is along the 8, that 150 acres that is now excluded from this application. That change resulted in us receiving a letter from the mayor of Casa Grande, Mayor McFarland, advocating support for the project. The balance of the land is in Casa Grande's planning area as well, and it is designated as rural, which allows for solar. So our request, as reviewed by them, was deemed to be consistent with their general plan. Then, last week, we were working with our sellers. This is an assemblage of multiple property owners. Oops, I went too far. And one of the largest sellers expressed concern about the 50 acres that's on your screen with the red X. And they became uncomfortable with including that additional 50 acres within the request. So we have worked with staff on the logistics around how would we amend the plan at this point, the request, to exclude that additional acreage from it. So I have a legal description today that is the excluded parcel, and I have a legal description that is the resulting parcel, which is now down to about 748 acres. So the area to be excluded would be 52. As staff mentioned in the presentation, that is closer to the riparian area, so that does put the solar panels further west of that. If we're successful today, if this case is approved, we would be coming back before the board with our zoning case for next year. They do have discussions and agreements in the works. This would be serving the APS Thornton substation, which I'll show you in just a moment how this all fits in here. But this becomes critical infrastructure in terms of the renewable supply for this area. I know you guys have had a long morning talking about where there's an abundance of solar, and this is the polar opposite of that. There is virtually no utility scale solar in this area, yet a ton of employment uses that rely on renewable supplies and, of course, power. So this project at the resulting 748 acres is positioned in between Atessa and all of the major employment users. In the substation is right across from Lucid Motors. So the request today, if you would be so inclined, would be to have a revised motion that would be to approve, as we hope you can, this request for the change from the MLDR category to green energy. And I have a motion that I could pass to the board, or read, but it provides for the exclusion of certain acreage identified in the legal description I have, with the resulting acreage being in the other legal description that I have. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions. I'm sorry for this to be confusing, but again, we have been working pretty tirelessly and around the clock with your staff since this all came up bright and early Monday morning when our EDP crew was sitting in planning and development waving their flag asking for help. And so we really appreciate being here today with all of this done and ready for you to consider.
Yes, Steve.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The legal description, does that need to be read in, or can that just be presented to the clerk? I mean, read a legal description could be
Chairman,
confusing.
Supervisor Miller, we have already spoken with legal into the applicant, and they're going to be reading that motion into the record.
Okay.
The recommended motion.
Mr. Surtee, Mr. Miller, legal description we don't have to read into the record. However, we did this morning have to change the resolution for approval with the proper information, the proper legal descriptions, and then we've got a proposed motion that takes this into consideration. So we're ready from our end, and the clerk has all that information.
Just didn't want to miss a step.
Anyone else? Okay. So this is yet another public hearing. So does anyone like to comment on this item? Hearing and seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Any more discussion among the board? Then we'll ask for a motion.
Are you going to read the motion?
I
can't say I've ever done this before, so I'm pleased to have the opportunity. But through the chair, Supervisor Miller, the motion, and I can just read it because I've never done this before.
Yes, that's fine.
Yes, would be to approve item number 12, a major comprehensive plan amendment proposal, as revised by excluding that certain acreage identified by the applicant today during today's hearing, the exclusion parcel, and as set forth in the legal descriptions provided by the applicant today, these legals, to amend the Pinal County Comprehensive Plan by redesignating identified property subject to the amendment from moderate low-density residential to green energy production.
I make that motion.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Is this a roll call?
Yes, yes.
Yes, Chairman, you can do
This
a
does
roll.
require a supermajority.
Yep. Call us off.
Supervisor Kavanaugh.
Aye.
Supervisor Goodman.
Aye.
Supervisor Miller.
Aye.
Vice Chairman McClure.
Aye.
Chairman Surtee.
I'm aye as well.
That motion passes unanimously.
Okay, thank you. Item number 13, public hearing and approval, disapproval of right-of-way license agreement. Megan.
Good afternoon, Chairman, members of the board. Megan Villegas with Development Services. Also in the audience, I have Patrick Fleming, who's a representative of WeaveCom. Be available for any questions. Item number 13 is a right-of-way license agreement between Pinal County and WeCom, authorizing the use of our county right-of-ways per statute 11251, authorizes the county to regulate and manage right-of-ways within its jurisdiction. So this is to provide internet services that are going mainly in District 4 and 5, which are going to be towards Superior, Mammoth, and Salmonwell. So Development Services is recommending the approval of the agreement.
Any questions? If not, I'll go to the public hearing. It's a public hearing. Would anyone like to speak on this?
Is there a presentation by the? Is there a
Here we go.
presentation by the applicant? Oh. Did I hear that? No. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, Board, Jerry Stevenson from Gold Canyon. I've heard that there's going to be more towers coming, and we're all for that in our neighborhood. I wondered if, as part of the discussion, we could talk about the plan besides this tower. If there's more, I'd like to see if that could be described, or perhaps offline, if not part of the presentation. Thank you.
Yep. The presenter.
In regards to this right-of-way, there will be no towers. This is all broadband fiber optics. They'll be hung on electric poles, dug underground and interduct, so there'll be no towers per se. Oh, I apologize. Patrick Fleming with WeCom.
Okay. Any questions or no visuals? What do you mean it hangs on? Hangs on what? SRP? What does it hang on?
Like your APS electrical poles, they have the rights to hang fiber optics along those poles.
Mm-hmm.
So as you're going down transmission lines for electric, a couple of those cables often are fiber optics running down the electrical lines.
Okay.
Basically, it'd be all in utility easements.
Correct.
This is all the mid-mile distribution.
Is this the mid-mile?
Well,
Partially mid-mile and also actual handoffs to the home, fiber to
and
the
then
home.
final, yeah.
Schools, government officials, government offices.
Right.
Anything to provide better broadband, fiber optics, speed.
City Hall in Mammoth. I mean, it's like
Eventually, yes.
Oh, cowboy.
They are in desperate need of.
Okay. Would anyone else like to comment? If not, I'll close the public hearing and ask for a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion to approve item number 13 as presented.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it. Item number 14, discussion, approval, disapproval of 111523 AD23. Courtney.
Good afternoon, Chairman, members of the board. I am Courtney Prock, and I'm an operations manager with the Office of Emergency Management. Today, we have a presentation of the State Mutual Aid Compact. I will call it the ASMAC as my acronyms. Pinal County has been a part of this Mutual Aid Compact for the last 10 years and prior. It is expiring on December 31st, 2023. I am going to explain what ASMAC is and how we are going to get the word out to our partners. So the State Mutual Aid Compact, or the ASMAC as we refer it to, enables political subdivisions, tribal nations to share resources, personnel, et cetera, during emergencies and be reimbursed for the resource or any personnel or material. This ensures everyone can work together and can get the resources without having to wait for agreements to be signed by the board. What are the benefits of the ASMAC? Mutual aid agreements provide the mechanism to provide parties to quickly obtain emergency assistance in the form of personnel, equipment, materials, and other related services. The primary objective is to facilitate rapid, short-term deployment of emergency support prior, during, and after an incident. A signed agreement does not obligate the provision or recipient of aid. This compact provides a tool should the incident dictate a need. Who can participate in the ASMAC? All state agencies, any political subdivision, counties, incorporated cities and towns, school district, community college districts, other taxing public districts in the state of Arizona, and federally recognized tribal nations. The duration of the ASMAC is for 10 years, or if we terminate this agreement prior. The current one expires December 31st, 2023, and the new one will go till December 31st, 2033. The Office of Emergency Management will be hosting 3 workshops for all of our stakeholders to learn about the ASMAC and ask questions. Our first one will be November 28th, 6 to 8 p.m. at the Oracle Maintenance Yard, and the address is 1410 North Justice Drive in Oracle. December 5th, we will be hosting one here at our EOC in Florence from 12 to 2 p.m. And December 13th, we will be hosting one 8 to 10 a.m. at Hidden Valley Maintenance Yard. And that is my presentation. Do you have any questions for me?
Are there any questions? This is not a public hearing. We'll just ask for a motion.
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve item 14 as presented.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Ayes have it. Item 15, discussion, approval, disapproval for an expenditure for the recorder's office. It says Donna Diaz, but that looks like Dana.
Chairman Sturdy, members of the board, Dina Lewis, Pinal County Recorder. Donna is not in the office today, and so I'm taking lead on this. Upon discussions with the Human Resource Office and the financial team, we realized that going into the 2024 election cycle, we need bodies. We've already identified we're going to need additional resources on the recorder side, and it takes a little time to get this paperwork accomplished, and we're also looking at accomplishing this task on the election side as well. And what it looks like for us is, to give you some numbers, because we know I'm a numbers girl, we currently have 291,000 voters in Pinal County. We've heard today several times through other avenues the growth that is going on in Pinal County, and it's the Office of the Recorder's responsibility to ensure that we're able to accomplish our tasks appropriately. To do so with the uptick in voter registration and, of course, early voting, does take on 80% of the ballots that we receive in Pinal County. We've identified we're going to need those positions. One of the great caveats to this is due to legislators recently making some changes with the budget for the state, it does appear there may be an avenue of revenue for us to utilize for the voter registration department for bodies, and we're nailing that down with the treasurer's office. But in the meantime, I need to get these people certified, and that's in just a few weeks. So if I could have your assistance in accomplishing this task, I would be greatly appreciated. Questions?
Are there any questions or discussion?
Sure, Mr. Chair. How many people are you looking at adding on?
3.
Just 3? And how many do you have now?
Currently, Chairman Sturdy, members of the board, Mr. McClure, Supervisor McClure, we currently have 35 full-time employees in the recorder's office, but I also man 6 different locations. We've got Coolidge, Florence, Apache Junction, Santan Valley, Maricopa. Who did I miss? Casa Grande.
Okay, thank you.
If no more discussion, I'll ask for a motion.
Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion that we approve item number 15 as presented.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Ayes have it. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen.
The next item is for discussion only. There's no vote. It is on the first quarter financial information from Angie Woods.
Good afternoon, Chairman Surdy, members of the board. Angie Woods, I'm Director of Office of Budget and Finance. Today, before you, I have a presentation giving updates for quarterly financials for the current fiscal year. And some of the data also includes wrapping up 22-23, so that you have some optics on what that currently looks like, even though those numbers are still unaudited. The reason that I'm here today for this presentation is one of our audit findings in the most recent audit was improve the timing and effectiveness of financial reporting. Our auditors recommended a presentation to you quarterly in a public setting, so that there would be ongoing dialogue, so that you would receive timely information to be able to make active decisions regarding our financial situation. So in that effort, that's what today is all about. I'm trying to take a very high-level approach, but I'm wanting to get some feedback before the end of the presentation on things that you might be interested in seeing in future presentations. So on page, in the most recent annual comprehensive financial report, page 29 is statement of revenues, expenditures, and changes in fund balances for all of our major funds. Our major funds are listed here. In addition, our debt service obviously is a major fund, and that's a component of this presentation as well. I took the data from the ACFR and have modified it slightly so that you can see some comparisons to what the audited numbers are, the unaudited numbers, and then how we budgeted, and then what the first quarter looks like for current year. And like I said, we're mainly focusing on the general fund, our road tax district, our American Rescue Plan Act dollars, public works, and development impact fees. So just to be clear, when I'm normally before you, I'm presenting this data in a little bit different format. You're used to seeing a forecast along with this, which we may do in the next quarter. And some of the categories are slightly different. For instance, in the taxes line there, normally when I'm presenting, I will separate out primary or property tax versus county sales tax. In our annual comprehensive financial report, those two things are lumped together. So that's how I'm showing them today, so that we begin to have a consistent message. Some of the variances that you can see right off the bat and between the actuals of 21-22 and 22-23, quite blaringly, is the total sources or our revenues are quite different. Reasoning for that, major reasoning, is you're seeing in the other financing sources, in 22-23, we issued a debt for to purchase land for development-related reasons. And in addition to that, we also received money from Lucid paying off one of our debts. So that line item is significantly higher. In 23-24 budget, we have budgeted a debt issuance as well. So you see that kind of consistent, even though that didn't happen in 21-22. On the expenditure side as well, total uses or our expenditures, that variance is there for exactly the same reason. We have to record the expenditure related to the payoff of that debt and the issuance of any new debt. In addition, things that have occurred in 22-23 were pay increases. We had additional positions that were requested. Any of those budgetary items that have been before you to have been approved, those are all recorded in those 22-23 numbers. And in addition, the 23-24, any of those requests, any of the pay increases, medical increases, anything that you've made decisions about are included in those numbers. When you look at the quarter one actuals, I included the column of percent of budget because if you think about it, one quarter is 25% of the year, right? So using that as sort of a gauge, you can tell where we're on track and where we might be not on track, right? So, however, when you look at that taxes line item and you see it's only 6%, that is because our primary property tax is done cyclically twice a year. We haven't hit that yet at the first quarter, so on quarter two, we're going to see a huge increase in that number. Does that make sense? Something else to point out is in that intergovernmental line item that only shows at 11%, a lot of that intergovernmental revenue is made up of sales tax. And our sales tax comes in 2 months in arrear. So this is essentially only 2 months of that sales tax revenue. When we get to the second quarter, you're going to see 4 months. So it'll be more indicative of a quarter's worth of revenue. And if you have any questions along the way, please go ahead and stop me.
Quick question, Mr. Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
Excuse me, on the property taxes at 6%, is your projection to be similar to last year or greater than last year? I know it's not on this graph.
Chairman Surdy, Supervisor McClure, our projected numbers are based upon the levy that was adopted by our board. That is an increase, and it will be, at this point in time, that taxes line that is in the amended budget, that is where I'm expecting for us to land on the revenue side.
Okay.
So it will be an increase if you compare it to prior year. We're looking about 9 million. 9 million. Yeah. Okay. But that's where I expect at this point in time, as the fiscal year continues to progress, I'll be able to give you a better
snapshot.
Better forecast and give you further information on how things are being collected and kind of hone in on those numbers. Another thing that I should probably point out to you is if you compare the amended budget column with the quarter one, and say that 36.4 million, if you extrapolated that to say that's going to happen 3 more times, right? That is approximately 46 million, right? So that's nowhere near what the budgeted amount is for personnel services. And that's typical. The 282.2 million that is budgeted this year is very similar to what was budgeted the prior year. Things like vacancies, turnover, the inability to create and fill positions, that all is attributed to the difference between what is budgeted and what actually occurs. The last thing that I really wanted to point out here is the difference between for quarter one, the difference between the total sources and the total uses. You can see right now, because that property tax revenue hasn't come in, and it's very timing-wise cash flow, we have utilized about $35.6 million of our fund balance. We expect that to be replenished. It's one of the reasons why we have a financial stability reserve, so that cash flow-wise, we don't have a negative bank balance. So it's very important to keep that in mind, and we'll always see this kind of a picture during the first quarter of the fiscal year.
Yeah, we have a question.
Yeah, it means we don't have to borrow money to keep us afloat.
Absolutely.
Which we do have the ability, but we don't like to do that if we don't have to.
Chairman Surtee, Supervisor Miller, absolutely right. We do have the ability to borrow money. However, we don't want to have to borrow money because along with that comes additional costs that we don't want to incur, interest and those types of things.
Just real quick, back to the revenue side. Sure. With the taxes. I mean, you got about what'd you say? We only have 2 months showing, but there's actually 4 months that have passed. But if you doubled that 11%, it'd be 22%. It'd be real close to 25%. Mm-hmm. Everything is on the lag, typically, with this, property tax included.
Absolutely. So. And Supervisor Miller, as those revenues are coming in, we are doing comparisons to prior years and what that looks like. We have not seen any kind of decline. Matter of fact, the same trajectory that we were seeing last year is still continuing right now. And I'll get into what those percentages were in a future slide, but they're very similar.
I remember one year, though, it was kind of interesting with the property tax. We collected 101%, which was pretty good. But what happened was there were some back taxes that somebody finally caught up with that went into the next year. So we're pretty on the property tax. We're very consistent, if I'm correct.
Absolutely, and I should have done that. I should have done the comparison for 22-23 to see how much the levy was versus what we collected. It's very, very close to 100% for last year. It may be slightly over. I just didn't do that math, but you're absolutely correct. Usually that primary property tax, we're collecting somewhere between 99 and 100% of that, and that's why, to Supervisor McClure's point, what am I forecasting? It's going to be very, very close to that 158.8 million. Any other questions on the general fund?
Looks like no.
Okay. So road tax districts, this is excise tax or sales tax, gas tax. I don't know exactly how else to explain it. Very similar situation here. The revenues, you see a very an increase there. That's because the sales tax collections, which is in that taxes line, increased 18.6% last year. So That's what the attributed amount there is. On the amended budget, you're seeing when we do budget, we have to budget for all of our revenue sources, including that fund balance. So when you talk about 43.6 million and know that the fund balance is around 20 million, you can do the math to see what is really coming in versus what we already have. On the expenditure side, the projects that are funded through the road tax district, as you know, go through our Transportation Advisory Committee. There's a plan, a transportation improvement maintenance program that's in place. They budget for projects. There's a 5-year plan out there. You can go back out and see it. I took a look at it just to ease my mind. In fiscal year 22-23, they had budgeted about $14 million worth of projects. You can see they expended at least that much. In 23-24, they budgeted about $27 million worth of projects. So, in comparison, there's still going to be some funding left over for future projects. And that's typically what happens. They have this big laundry list of things that need to occur, and they're putting them in a project timeline and doing design and engineering and then get to that construction phase. So sometimes we have to collect a little bit, save it up to get those projects executed. Any questions here?
No.
So American Rescue Plan Act, so these are our ARPA dollars. And these projects have been before you for your approval. The $12.1 million are all projects that were approved by you. We have quite a laundry list of projects that are in progress right now, but the ones in that 12.1 are pretty much projects that have already completed. I believe out of what is left, we have plans for all of that. Some of that we don't expect to be completely executed until the next fiscal year. So more updates will come on those. So Public Works Highway, this is our HERF funds. Very, very similar situation here. Big variance between the revenue sources between 21-22 and 22-23. You can see it in the intergovernmental, which is the HERF funds. HERF had 6% increases in revenue last year. And then also in that intergovernmental is VLT, which is vehicle license tax income. That increased 11% last year. So that's what the change in that intergovernmental line is predominantly. In the contributions line item, predominantly increase there is with the Development Services Public Works Division received a $15 million grant that revenues were dumped into to carry through that particular grant. I believe it was the build grant for Hannah and Hauser. I think you're all very, very much aware of that. And you see on the expenditure side, in the capital expenditures, they're spending the money for the grant. They're spending the money on those transportation type projects. Another thing that I noticed is in 21-22, they were unable to buy a lot of capital type equipment. That began again in 22-23. So we're finally doing things back the way things were done prior to COVID. Any questions here on the Public Works Highway Fund? So development impact fees. Our development impact fees are governed through studies and approved by the board. These impact fees go towards specific projects and that are in the plan that you approve. Most of this here, except for improvements made to Peralta Park at this point, in 21, 22, and 22, 23. Most of that has been made for debt service payments for either road projects or capital infrastructure projects within the county. We're again budgeting the fund balance in the current year. The department had anticipated interest rates and inflation having an impact on construction, so that's why there's a difference between what that $7.8 million that they were receiving versus the 6.4 that they budgeted. So they had anticipated construction to decrease. However, in the Q1, you can see they're already at 60% of collections of their budget. So that tells you that construction really has not started to decline. And if you look at their permit numbers, you're not seeing a decline in their permit numbers either. And here again, this is a better picture. The revenues and the expenditures are more balanced. We're actually adding revenue to here because we have planned transfers for projects and debt service that go into future years. Any questions on development impact fees?
Mr. Chairman. Maybe to impact fees, but just permitting and to community development in general. I'm curious that build to rent subdivisions or facilities that are separate units, are those permitted per unit, or are they kind of permitted one large complex? Because it kind of distorts what the real number of single-family homes. I mean, if you think of single-family homes, you think of subdivisions, houses, people purchasing. But I'm under the impression from another jurisdiction that each one of those build-to-rent units is a separate permit. Does anybody know? Or can somebody get back to me?
Joe might be able to give a little bit better answer.
But because that kind of changes the key. I mean, the permits are high or still high, staying high, but that's not necessarily sales for residential homes.
I do know that there is a difference between a single-family permit and a commercial.
Well, I understand commercial, yeah.
And
is a build-to-rent subdivision a commercial?
That's a good question.
I think you're correct, but I can double check that. But I don't want to say 100%, but I think you are correct.
I am correct?
Yeah.
Me?
Yeah.
How?
I believe so, too.
Well, use it up for the year, okay? But no, I'll double check on it.
But do you see what I'm saying, though?
Right,
because
it throws off.
People are saying, well, nothing's slowing down. Well, sales might be slowing down, even though permits are up, if those units are all individually permitted. And it's just a thought.
Yeah, and thank you, Joe. I have that same recollection. So, but it would be nice to.
So when we do an analysis of permitting, we might have to set a separate category.
I believe there already. I believe there already is a separate category that we're separating those types of things out. Okay. I'd have to confirm with Community Development Division, but I believe that is the case already. Okay. Any other questions on development impact fees? So as promised, I wanted to give you a high-level overview of excise tax collections. And really, I wanted you to see in the audited actuals 5 years up there. And you can see the trajectory of those sales taxes that have been collected has grown significantly since 2017, 2018. Between 21, 22 and our unaudited actuals for 22, 23, in total, we're seeing a 7.1% increase. Specifically to county excise tax, it was a 18.9% increase, very similar to what I just told you on the road tax side. The state shared was an 8.8% increase, But when you look at the net state shared revenues, because our contributions for Altex and Access increased significantly, it remains relatively flat. You see it was 43.1 million in 21.2, and it's 42.9 million in 22-23. And then vehicle license tax. This is really the first year. The 2021 and 2022 were very flat, and in 22-23 we saw about a 5% increase. So overall, like I said, still doing really well, 7.1% increase. In the budgeted year, we were very, very conservative. Total, we did a 3% increase, not knowing with the economy and inflation, what was going to occur. We were just very conservative. I can see us at least reaching that, if not exceeding. Any questions here? This is a very high-level picture of our long-term debt. So every October, so I think this year was around October the 15th, we're required to report our long-term debt to the state. And this is the actual report that we sent over to them. So what this says is our original debt that enlisted in these categories is about $408 million. Out of that, the difference between that first column and the last column is how much we've actually paid in the principal. Just wanted to give you an idea of where we currently stand, when it gives you a good picture of when our debt begins to fall off. That Series 22 pledge revenue, that $115.7 million, is the most recent debt service that we engaged in with Lucid. We don't expect for that to play out all of the years, since we have an agreement with them, a development agreement with them, for them to pay off. And I believe, I want to say it's 3 years from now. So, yeah, thank you, Chris. So, any questions on what the debt, long-term debt summary here? Okay, so I was asked to give you a progress on our financial statement findings, and we're making some progress. For the first finding for procurement cards, the internal control over procurement cards, that was a finding that is brand new for this fiscal year, or for the fiscal year that just was audited. In response to that, we have already modernized the procurement card approval process. We've put a process in place that is 100% electronic. It goes through a workflow approval process. The documents are then saved electronically in a central location. The problem in the audit was, out of all of the samples that our auditors pulled, we could not find one, and reason being, we all had paper copies and were not stored in a central location, and so having a central electronic form helps us to make sure that we have the proper documentation. For the second, the cash reconciliation, this finding has been outstanding since 2017. One of the complications with the finding that is, in the past, the staff that was assigned to cash reconciliation, they were going through the process and identifying errors, identifying changes that needed to occur, but none of those fixes ever took place. We have this long list of reconciling items that go back to 2017 that need to be researched and found, a solution for each of them. And I'm talking hundreds of transactions going back to 2017.
So, Mr. Chair,
Go ahead.
my understanding is some of those that are unaccounted for or that are difficult to find, that has something to do with a prior insurance trust that we were with. Is that, am I under the right impression there?
I don't, Chairman Surtee, Supervisor Goodman, I don't know off the top of my head what every single one of those transactions are. However, you could be correct in some of the reconciling items could be because of the payments in and out to the trust. But I don't have those nitty-gritty details in front of me today.
That we weren't getting the right kind of information or the feedback on some of the things with the other trusts. So
Potentially.
yeah, okay, thank you.
You're welcome. With that, there's probably going to, well, I know there's going to be some policy that needs to take place to be able to resolve some of these things. But until I can get my arms around every single one of the transactions and what action that we want to take, I won't be before you to bring any kind of policy or procedure changes. However, what we are doing is we are reconciling now on a monthly basis. We're identifying the errors and trying to fix those in the now, but we won't get this finding resolved until we correct everything going back to 2017, which is a huge task. We are currently on a mission to recruit a staff member that their sole focus will be to do this. We have not yet found the right person. And it's quite disheartening to me that out of the candidates, we're really looking for the right person to be able to solve this for us. But it's been a little difficult. But as things go, we're working with HR, have some out-of-the-box type of thinking happening, and hopefully we'll get the position filled relatively soon. Third finding on receivables. This finding has, again, been outstanding since 2017, so I also think it's going to take a little bit of time to resolve this one. We have been working with resources to understand which revenues from court fines and fees should be accrued to the prior year. We have recently received a sample report from another jurisdiction that they get that helps them determine which revenues get accrued and which don't. We're working with the courts to reduplicate that. It takes a little bit of effort because not only the court, our Superior Court, or our resources here in the county, it's going to take some help with the state. And once we do get that report, we will then have to map it to our own system. So it's going to take a little bit of time. But once we get that all done, I suspect we'll be able to have a duplicatable process that we won't have this finding in the future. So the last finding on here, part of the reason we're here today is the effectiveness of financial reporting and having this open dialogue. That part of the finding is brand new for this fiscal year, as I discussed. However, the first part, improving the timing of the financial report, that has been outstanding since 2013. So we have not had a financial audit completed timely since 2013. And to complete a financial audit timely takes a lot of effort, not only by my department, but by county resources, their finance people, the people that are doing reconciliations for grants, doing any kind of recording of revenue or expenditures. So what we've been doing is, and you've probably seen, we have ongoing training every month. You're going to see it in our countywide blast. Office of Budget and Finance has a training on such and such day. We're trying to get our resources in the departments trained so that they can do their part of the job so that we can get in a timely audit or a timely financial report. I can tell you that my team they're extraordinary. In comparison to where we were last year, we're 2 months ahead. So I expect to make some progress. However, I don't know that we will actually meet the March 30th deadline. That's our goal, and but we also have to work with the outside auditors, get on their schedule, and so that we are not their only client, so we have to fit into their schedule as well. So I do think it is promising. However, I don't want to make a promise that we will have it timely this year due to, we finalized the 22-23 audit, 21-22 audit in July. To turn around and have another audit completed in March is almost unheard of. That's a very short time frame to jump from one audit to another. However, I do feel like we are 2 to 3 months ahead of where we were last year.
So, Mr. Chair, if I might.
Yes.
What do you need so you can make that promise?
I need basic understanding across all departments. I need people in departments to reconcile on a monthly basis, which we're working on.
Understood, but I'm asking a hard question, and I hope that we get the communication out there to all the different departments and other elected officials. And so my question is, you've already stated that you need cooperation for the training and things of that nature. Is there anything else? Staff?
Yeah, we're still short-staffed. Like I said, we've had struggles hiring the right kind of staff. We may get...
What do you need there?
What do you mean?
Money?
No, not necessarily money. We need the right people to be applying.
Okay.
So the positions are funded but not filled.
No, but I mean, what's the criteria, though? Maybe, that's the other part.
We've reset the criteria to an acceptable level that what we actually need. My guess is we need to more outreach, and that's where we're working with HR to do more outreach to get those candidates that actually have the experience to come and work for us.
Okay.
So it's not a turn the switch type of thing. I can tell you in the world of accounting, they're not pumping out accountants from our universities like they used to. So it's not one of those desirable careers.
Most of the students are probably a lot like I was.
So
you don't want them in that department anyway. That's my wife.
We need an app where we could build an employee.
Yeah, they've got those AI apps out now.
You want to give us some funding to do that? I'm sure IT would.
I totally understand how frustrating it is because I'm hearing it from not just the public sector but the private sector as well. It's a challenge.
And I think you all know me well enough. I am not the type of leader or director that I'm just going to hire somebody to fill the seat, because that comes with a lot more difficulty, a lot more training, and even causes more turnover. And so I would rather hire the right people, even if it's going to take us a little, keep this audit finding out there just a little bit longer.
The pay scales have been adjusted in your department?
Yes, they have. So,
okay.
That remains to, I'm constantly in conversation about pay scale and what we can do. So it's just finding the right people.
Yes, go ahead.
And I actually didn't hear what you said about pay scale. Could you repeat that?
That the pay scales have been adjusted in that department too.
Yeah, I was just looking at our postings for those positions. It still says 33, but the high end is 60. Maybe it would be good if we, Mary Ellen here, there she is, but maybe, is it realistic to even post $33,000? Could that be a barrier to an applicant? Because you're not going to hire the right person for that, and the right person isn't going to apply for that.
Chairman Surtees, Supervisor Kavanaugh, I can tell you we're not getting applicants that are asking for 33. We're getting applicants that are asking for 80 and 90,000. So, and even at that, those candidates don't necessarily have the right tools or the right experience to do what we need them to do.
Chairman Surtees, Supervisor Kavanaugh. We are, as Angie indicated, we are working with her department to look at ranges. We're looking at alternatives. The board approved a trainee position so we can grow our own, because we found that's one of our most effective strategies. We have ranges within ranges we are applying. So we adjusted the ranges. If it doesn't work, we will adjust them again. If it doesn't work, we'll continually be more aggressive in order to shore up her staffing. As well as she indicated, she's working with the talent acquisition team to look at different approaches to attracting candidates that we haven't through our normal traditional public sector means, through social media. So, but bottom line, you asked, is 33,000 enough? And the short answer, which I should have started with, is no. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary Ellen. I do want to say, though, that even if that is what the starting salary is, we have been properly funded to hire at a salary that is more in line with the market itself. So I'm not necessarily concerned about the budget side of things. It's the actual getting the right people for the job. Okay. Any questions on where we currently are with these 4 findings? Okay.
Nope.
So progress on federal award findings. So these are findings that are related to grants, federal grants. These come up in our annual CFA audit. All of these are...
It's all about improving the time.
All of these findings are brand new. Yeah. Each of the departments that are responsible for these grants have written the corrective action plan and, to my knowledge, have put in place processes and procedures to prevent these findings in the future.
So, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Just to kind of help move things along, Leo, what steps are we taking internally as far as management to help get this stuff done in a timely fashion? Do you need more dollars?
We have them. I think to the point that Angie was making on building up the skills at the department level. Some of those are happening, and some of those programs within the departments. They are hard to find folks as far as not only accounting skills, but accounting skills in specialized areas with certain kinds of federal programs and grants. I think one of the things that we can do additionally and probably make more connections is with the universities, as you're saying, NCAC as well, as they all have their accounting fair nights and career nights, as we can get them and probably do some type of summer internships. They'll work with us, get to know the practice, see if it's somewhere they want to be. We can offer them jobs after the internships, if they're good and they want to be here. So I think that's one of the areas we can really help. But to your point, not only is it hard centrally, but niche areas and departments that we have to try to train and develop. And I think we're really gonna have to try to train and develop our people as much as we can. The ones that have the desire and the willingness and the determination to get good at it.
So with our department heads and then also with our elected officials, are we seeing any kind of are they working with you to see that this stuff gets done?
Chairman Surtee, Supervisor Goodman, I have great partners in all of the leadership that I'm working with. If for any reason I have had any reservation about the work that has been provided, I've reached out to them by either phone or email, and I've always been had a really good response. So I'm bringing up those concerns to them in a timely fashion, and they're having their staff respond to those questions and concerns in a timely fashion. It's just, it takes some time. It takes some time.
Okay. At this point, I'm good. Thank you.
Okay. So progress on federal awards. I personally, I don't see them coming back in the future other than they improve the timeliness of the filing of the annual audit. And that is tied to the finding number 4 on this page. It's the same thing, really, but on the federal funding level.
Okay.
So at this point, I wanted to get a little bit of feedback from you all. Q2 financial report, I expect for that to happen probably sometime in February, right before we kick off budget. We're going to bring in probably a budget versus actual, include a projection. But what other things, if anything, other than what's on this list, would you like to see financial-wise that, I would like to use this time to best inform you, update you on things that you're interested in?
No, I don't have anything specific. I'd just like to see us getting through so that, like you mentioned, that since 2013, there's a lot of things. That's a long time for us not to be. That's a long time. Did I say that? Oh, okay.
And I said it's a really long time.
It is. And so I think that, somebody needs to figure this out. We need to get there quicker.
And I promise you, my staff is diligently working, and like I said, they are extraordinary, and I have seen a lot of progress. I just can't expect for them to do. I can't expect for them to do it all on their own. They have to have the support.
It's a collaborative effort.
It's very much a collaborative effort.
And I agree, and I think that's the comment and the statement that you're making, is that all these departments have got to do their job to be able to coordinate, and that will help expedite everything.
And
that's it.
It is a common theme every single time we have a training about that partnership and that collaboration. And the departments, I can tell you, we have built much stronger relationship with them, and we're getting a much better response from them. It's just hasn't, the learning hasn't caught up to the response. We're still combing through errors that happen. So.
All right. I'm good with the list myself. Yeah.
Just going back to the issue of getting people to do the work, have we considered contract employees or remote or anything like that?
So currently in my department, we are doing some remote work. It's been limited because since my staff, a lot of them are relatively new, I'm not comfortable sending out an employee that has very little experience or education to work independently, remotely, all by themselves. So we have, a kind of a hybrid in-office work from home type schedule that we're doing internally. As far as contract type of work, we have been exploring that. Haven't actually hired somebody, but that may be coming in the next couple of weeks.
Okay.
Is that it?
Cool. Thank you.
Cool.
Yes.
I appreciate it. Have a great afternoon.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman. I have an answer to Supervisor Miller's questions regarding the permit. Joe and myself were able to contact community development, and the answer for the build-to-rent situation that you were looking for, it's essentially a permit per building. So if it's a duplex, it may only be one permit. If it's a quadplex, it's one permit. If it's a build-to-rent, though, they don't necessarily pay the same single-family rate. It's a different rate.
But it's per unit, correct?
Per building.
Per building.
Per building. But on a bigger scale.
Because they're not connected.
Yes.
But the ones that are like 340 units in one facility, is
there's
that
going to be
per
40
unit?
permits. If
That's only one permit.
No, if there's 30 units in a build-to-rent situation, there would be 30 permits that were pulled.
Okay.
But if it's
That's
an
what I thought.
apartment building, that's only one building with 30
Units.
apartments.
That's
in
just one.
The building, it's just one.
Oh, gee.
Yeah. But it's a different rate that gets applied.
When you say rate,
Yeah, it better
the rate
be.
on the permit or rate on the impact fees? Or both?
I think it is both, but, the answer was it's per building.
We can get in the weeds on that later.
Not just a single-family rate. It's different than the single-family rate per house.
Okay.
I'm going to gobble you all.
It's only wrong once.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Once that's when I thought I was wrong, but I was right. Okay. Move on.
Any requests for future board items?
Mr. Chair, I just have one with some of the things that were brought up. There was a comment made in the public about if everybody understood the process when it comes to election on a ballot. I think it would be good if we did some kind of a mock type thing or have a tour, all five of us, with the process so that we get educated how that ballot process goes and even make it open to the public so they can see.
Should be a video,
Yeah,
step by step.
so we can get it out there so we can show people this is how the process is. Okay.
You'd like to
So
do
I'd
that
like
at
to
2 in the
see
morning to make it more realistic?
Yeah.
2:30.
Okay, we are going to go out of the regular meeting into the health department meeting. And there's a consent agenda. Can I have a motion on it?
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion to approve consent item A on the Pinal County Public Health Services District meeting.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? It passes. Okay, we will now discussion on annual report.
Hello.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I wrote good morning in my notes. I had to change it. Good afternoon. Marissa Mendoza, Interim Public Health Director. This is your July 1st, 2022 through June 30th, 2023 Public Health Annual Report as required by Arizona State statute. Maybe. Okay. First, I wanted to say thank you to the board and to our county leadership. We really appreciate your support that you give us and have given us during the last year. We couldn't continue to serve the residents of our county without your support and your leadership, so thank you very much. Just a quick overview of public health. We are made up of 9 divisions, more than 130 staff, and 10 clinic sites throughout the county. We'll talk about the divisions in a little bit more detail. These are the photos from our last all public health staff meeting that was in December of last year. So we have just a couple of the different divisions there. Oh, go back. Okay. So our first division is the central appointment desk and on-the-go transportation. The central appointment desk, which we also call CAD, is one phone number that the public can call for all of their public health needs. Last year, they successfully transitioned to a new electronic medical record system. On-the-go Express serves specific populations in the Copper Corridor. We saw Lori this morning that works with that team. They provide transportation to medical, dental, and vision appointments, as well as prescription pickup. Mary Clements is the division manager that leads that team. These are the CAD staff that answer the phones. And as you can see, they handled more than 63,000 calls last year with an average wait time of only 3 minutes. Mary also leads on-the-go transportation, and there are those staff. We just have 3 drivers that have done all of these trips. They did more than 3,700 trips for passengers, more than 81,000 miles with 0 accidents. Moving on to central support and accounting, they provide support to every division in public health. They do accounting, billing, and then they supply services to all the clinics through our public health warehouse. Here are some of those services in detail. They do budgets, both our department budget and our grants budget. They do accounts receivable and accounts payable, payroll, and then the supplies that I mentioned. This chart is our financial summary. You can see revenues and expenditures on this chart. Much of our revenue comes from our sales tax, which is part of us being a health district. Whoops, there we go. This is the breakdown of our revenue. You can see that portion that comes from the sales tax, and then about 40% of our revenue comes from federal, state, and tribal grants. And a breakdown of our expenditures. Most of our expenditures are in salaries and employee-related expenses. And this is a breakdown of all of our grants. Most of them are federal, with some coming from the state and just a little bit from our tribal partners. It's not cooperating. There we go. This is a list of all of our granting agencies. These are all of our federal grants on this page. They all come through the Arizona Department of Health Services, so they're passed from the federal level to the state and then on to us. And you can see the state ones here. Of course, they come from ADHS as well. We are also currently working on the opioid settlement fund. This fund comes from the disbursement that each state received from the manufacturers, distributors, and pharmacies related to the opioid epidemic. So at the beginning of this last fiscal year, we sent notices to all the cities and towns that were identified, not by us, but by the settlement, as cities that were entitled to funds. We didn't get really any responses. So we are going to reach out to them again in January and see if they are interested in taking these funds from us. I'm sorry, was there a question? No?
No, I was just curious as to, yeah, those funds are there.
Eloy hit it out of the park.
Yeah, man.
It's all set by the settlement. There's a percentage that goes to the county. Right now, we are not doing much with that. We are in the process of hiring a settlement coordinator who is going to help us set up like a board that will decide on projects that the county is going to fund. There still will be money for the cities and towns. That's not changing. But then we have to decide what to do with the county money. So public health will participate in that, the county attorney's office, and other partners, both county departments and within the community. So that's in progress. All right. On to clinical services. These are some of the services that they provide: reproductive health, immunizations, of course, and sexually transmitted infection screening, diagnosis, and treatment. Their division manager is Carrie Lennon, and here are all of her staff listed there. They do have some vacancies right now. We're working with HR on those. 3 nurse positions that are really critical that we are hoping we can get those filled soon. During the last year, the clinical team transitioned to a new electronic medical record system. They received the Dr. Daniel T. Cloud Award earlier this year from the Arizona Partnership for Immunizations for both our Casa Grande and our Santan Valley clinics. Both of those clinics reached 90% coverage rates for children 19 to 35 months of age. And they also completed several compliance audits successfully. This is a breakdown of their services. Most of their services they provide are family planning and then a mix between adult and child immunizations. And this is that information broken down by city. So you can see Casa Grande is definitely the busiest by far, followed by Santan Valley, and then Apache Junction. Maricopa doesn't look like it was that busy, but that's because it was closed for part of the year. But it's reopened now. Every year, the clinical team does a patient satisfaction survey. They surveyed about 1,300 people, and these are some of the results. They were all very positive. It seems that clients really are enjoying our services there. And just a select group of responses from that. Most clients stated they chose our clinics due to the friendly staff and the convenient location, and they found our staff very helpful. And almost all of them, 99.8%, said they understood the education and the counseling that they received from us, which is great news. All right, our next division is community health. They oversee a variety of programs, including tobacco use prevention and cessation, youth mental health first aid, chronic disease self-management, school-based education, and the community health improvement plan, which I'm going to talk about in a little more detail later. Jan Vitamos leads that team. Here's all of their staff. And they did have the admin assistant senior vacant, but they filled it on Monday, so. Some of their major accomplishments this last year: they completed the community health needs assessment, which we do every 3 years. We work with Banner and Sun Life on that, and that plan is on our Pinal County Public Health dashboard, which is at that link. They initiated a suicide mortality review team, which looks at circumstances surrounding suicide deaths with the goal of identifying commonalities that could help us develop prevention efforts in the future. And then last year, we were designated as the official naloxone distributor for the county by the Arizona Department of Health Services. And we provided school-based prevention education to over 9,000 students on a variety of topics. This is the dashboard that I mentioned. You'll find all of our information about our community health improvement plan and our community health needs assessment there. From that community health needs assessment, we found 3 major themes, and they're listed here: access to care, chronic disease management, and behavioral health. They're very similar to the last group of themes that we had during the last needs assessment. So the graphic on your left shows the most common chronic health conditions reported by the people that took the survey. The survey was available through our public health clinics, through Banner, and through Sun Life, so there was a variety of ways people could have come in contact with it. And then on the right, this table is showing a critical shortage of primary care physicians that we have in our county. This chart is showing reasons why people did not seek help for their mental health conditions. Costs and availability of providers are really things that are high on the list. So as part of the community health needs assessment, the stakeholders come together, and that's pictured here, the meeting that we had to talk to community partners, to Banner, to Sun Life, to see how we can address these areas and improve the health of our county. We also participated in the county fair this year. This is one of our team, Anna, at the fair. And that's it for that division. Moving on to emergency preparedness and response. This division is led by Corey Redden. Our IT analyst, Nick, is funded through one of our workforce development grants. We're super excited to have him and very grateful to IT for piloting this project with us so we could have an IT analyst in public health. It's been very helpful. So emergency preparedness and response prepares for a response to public health emergencies, no matter what kind, natural and otherwise. They also help prepare staff and our community partners in case of an emergency. During an emergency, they offer guidance, resources, and messaging. The emergency response team also coordinates the training of our staff in the National Incident Management System and Incident Command Structure, which are really big words that really mean how we function during an emergency and how we function well. Those are critical. Last year, the Office of Emergency Management was placed under a unified command with Development Services and Public Health. This allows our two departments to work together with the Office of Emergency Management during an emergency. Some of the projects they've done during the last year, one of the most beneficial ones, in my opinion, is the monthly healthcare provider webinars. That gets providers from across the county together with public health to discuss current disease trends, outbreaks, things that are happening so that we are all aware of what's going on and on the same page. Some of the responses we had during this last year were cyclospora, varicella, GI illnesses, invasive strep A and pneumonia, RSV, and then notably we spent a lot of time, more than 400 hours, assisting with elections. Our emergency preparedness team has presented at numerous state and national meetings and work groups, including the National Association of Counties and Cities Health Officials. All right, environmental health. This division is led by Scott Zusi and is responsible for inspecting food establishments to ensure they are complying with the Pinal County Environmental Health Code, investigating public health nuisances, and trapping and testing mosquitoes to investigate instances of mosquito-borne diseases. This chart shows some of the work done, including the inspections that we did last year. We had 143 instances where we had to remove a product, which equates to about 3,300 pounds. We did over 700 inspections and 33 complaint investigations. Of those, only 10 resulted in enforcement actions. A lot of our work is directed at education and helping businesses succeed. These are the environmental health investigations, so the foodborne illness, the pools, those kinds of things. This is complaints related to illegal dumping. Most of them you can see were solid waste. And then these are the vector control ones where there might be mosquitoes or other vector control issues. We also did 6 smoke-free Arizona investigations, which is run through environmental health. We did 403 non-permitted complaint investigations for a total of about 655.
Did green pools and mosquitoes coincide with each other a lot?
They do. They can. It depends. It depends on the pool.
The number's the same.
I know. There's usually mosquitoes. It's not always, but I would say more often than not. All right. So infectious disease, they monitor communicable diseases, investigate all reports of communicable diseases. They also provide treatment for tuberculosis patients and provide linkages to care for clients with sexually transmitted infections. This division is led by Zia Helgeson Budris, and these are the staff that make up that team. There's quite a few teams within a team. The list on your left is showing the top 6 morbidities during the last year. COVID's at the top. And then the chart is showing COVID infections. Great news is the red line is last year, the blue line is the year before that. So it's less than the year before, so that's good.
Flatten the curve, did we?
This graph is showing valley fever cases that have been confirmed. Although the red line is less than the blue line, in this case, it is something that the Arizona Department of Health Services is monitoring closely, so we're working on a project with them to monitor it in our county. This is showing flu and RSV. These graphs are the opposite, where this last year that we just had, the red line is bigger, so we had more flu cases and more RSV cases than in the previous season. And I should say that all of this data is as of October 2023, so there could be, cases that got missed or showed up late or any of those things. So it's not final data. This is showing tuberculosis and sexually transmitted infection rates from the last 2 years. There was a 25.6% decrease in gonorrhea cases this year compared to last year, and a 5.4% decrease in all confirmed STIs overall. All right, on to medical forensics. These staff work within our family advocacy centers. The nurses who work in this program are especially trained to provide medical forensic examinations. They work with the county attorneys, victim advocates, and law enforcement to provide care to victims of violence. We have 3 family advocacy centers, Eloy, Maricopa, and Santan Valley. You can see that more than half of our exams last year were done in Santan Valley. The nurses complete a health history, an assault history, and a physical exam. This is showing the breakdown of the types of exams we did last year. Child abuse was the most common type of exam performed. All right, last one. Nutrition and Vital Records provides services under the WIC program, the Breastfeeding Peer Counseling Program, and Vital Records. The WIC program provides nutrition and breastfeeding education and support, healthy supplemental foods, and referrals to community resources. Breastfeeding Peer Counseling provides peer support to help parents reach their breastfeeding goals. And Vital Records provides birth and death certificates, as well as processes amendments and corrections to those 2 documents. Here's all the WIC staff and the Vital Records staff. Last year, the WIC staff served more than 80,000 clients. The breastfeeding peer counselors provided support to almost 3,300 clients. And our international board certified lactation consultant, which is IBCLC, she's one person. And she saw more than 1,000 clients just on her own and provided advanced breastfeeding assistance to those clients. And she served more than 60 of them in our online breastfeeding classes. Vital Records printed 8,500 birth certificates and more than 15,000 death certificates. And these numbers include not just Pinal County residents, but people from across the state. We provide same-day printing without an appointment, which not all the other counties do. So we get people from Yuma or Lake Havasu, sort of all over the state. And these are some of the social media posts that the breastfeeding team created for World Breastfeeding Week last year in August. And that is the end of your public health annual report. I do want to thank the public health deputy directors, Corey Redden and Chris Remus, and to all the division managers for their support and dedication. And thank you to all of you. And I'm here for any of your questions.
Any questions?
We have to approve it? No. Yeah. Yes. Decision approval or disapproval?
Yep.
Yes.
Is there a motion? Motion?
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve item number 2 as presented.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Can I have a motion to go into executive session?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? We're in executive session. We're closed.
Thanks. Been real. That was it. We adjourned.
Well, I think it says something.